Welcome, dear friends, to this peaceful reading of the Psalms, accompanied by gentle rain sounds to help you rest, heal, and reflect. Whether you are here to ease into deep sleep, to meditate, or to simply find peace in the Word of God, I pray these sacred verses bring you comfort. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from? Let us know in the comments, and let's build a global community of peace and faith. Now let us begin this tranquil journey together. The rain had just begun to fall, a soft and steady cadence upon the leaves that arched overhead. The traveller, cloaked in a simple robe weathered by time and journey, walked a narrow dirt path that wove through rolling hills and dense groves of olive trees. His sandals, worn thin, pressed into the damp soil, but he walked with purpose, each step measured yet steady, as though guided by an unseen hand. The air carried the scent of wet earth and distant blossoms, a mingling of life and renewal that the rain seemed to awaken with each droplet. For many days and nights he had wandered these lands in search of something he could not yet name. A longing stirred in his heart, a desire for rest, for peace, for something more than the weary echo of his own thoughts. His heart had grown heavy with burdens he could not shake, burdens he carried in silence like stones hidden within his cloak. Yet as he moved forward, the rhythm of the rain seemed to speak, soft as a whisper in the soul, reminding him of promises long remembered but often forgotten. It was then that he began to speak aloud, almost instinctively, the words that had been passed to him from his youth, words of comfort, of assurance, of the presence of a shepherd who never left his flock. The words of Psalm 23 rose gently from his lips, carried away by the breeze, but settling deep within his own spirit. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. With each word, the path before him seemed less foreboding. The hills, once looming and uncertain, became familiar companions on the journey. The gentle rain washed the dust from his garments, as if the very sky sought to cleanse him of his weariness. He makes me lie down in green pastures. The traveller paused, picturing the pastures of his youth, fields wide and green where he had once lain as a child, watching clouds drift lazily across the sky. In his memory, he saw himself laughing, chasing butterflies, feeling the sun warm his skin. It was a simpler time, when trust in the shepherd was unbroken and natural, like the way a lamb trusts the hand that feeds it. He leads me beside still waters. He turned a corner in the path and found himself beside a gentle brook, its waters flowing silently between smooth stones. The sound of the brook harmonized with the rain, creating a melody of peace and movement. He knelt by the water's edge, cupping his hands to drink. The coolness of the water revived him, spreading through his limbs like new life. As he sat back, eyes closed, he imagined the shepherd leading him to such places, where fear and turmoil were strangers, and only peace remained. He restores my soul. The traveller whispered those words again and again, as if speaking them would make them more true, more permanent within his heart. With every repetition, he felt a burden lift, not all at once, but piece by piece, like stones falling from his back. The memories of wrong choices, of paths taken in anger or fear, seemed to dissolve like mist under morning light. He felt something within him being made whole again, though he could not see it, only sense it like a warmth within his chest. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Standing once more, the traveller looked ahead. The path continued, winding between hills and groves, its end hidden by mist and trees. Yet he was no longer afraid of where it led. He understood now that the shepherd's hand guided not just the feet, but the heart, and every step on the path was part of a journey designed for growth, for learning, for becoming. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. These words he spoke louder, firm against the wind that began to stir the branches overhead. He had known such valleys, nights when the darkness pressed close, when loneliness screamed louder than prayer, when the world seemed bereft of light. But standing here, beneath the rain that nourished the earth, he knew he was not alone. The shepherd was near, always near, even when unseen. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. He imagined the shepherd's staff, tall and steady, guiding him away from danger, keeping him from straying too far into thorns or pitfalls. The rod a symbol of protection, ready to defend him against whatever threatened to harm his soul. These tools of guidance and safety reassured the traveller that he was guarded, that though his own strength was frail, the shepherd's was not. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. The traveller's mind conjured a vision of a table set amidst wilderness, a feast not just of food, but of peace, abundance, and grace. Enemies might linger, fears, doubts, regrets, but they were powerless to steal the nourishment prepared by the shepherd. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Anointing, he recalled, was a sign of being chosen, being set apart for a purpose. He touched his forehead, imagining the coolness of oil placed there by the shepherd's hand. His heart swelled with the realization that his life mattered, that even in his wandering, he was seen and valued. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. He stepped forward again, feet lighter than before. What if goodness and mercy were like companions walking just behind him, leaving traces of grace in every footprint he left? The thought made him smile. Not everything had to be a struggle. The shepherd's blessings pursued him, even when he was unaware. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The traveller stopped and looked to the horizon, where the hills rolled into a soft haze. Somewhere beyond, he imagined the house of the Lord, not just a building, but a presence, a home where peace reigned, where love was unending, where his soul would find eternal rest. The rain continued, soft as ever, but to the traveller, it no longer felt cold or dreary. It was life-giving, a baptism of sorts, reminding him that the journey was holy, that the shepherd walked with him still. He pressed on, renewed, reciting the psalm again with every step, letting the words become his heartbeat, his breath, his guide. And the narrow path, winding and unseen in its ending, became a path of purpose, for he no longer walked alone. The traveller continued his steady journey, the soft rainfall now a familiar companion, its rhythm like the steady beat of a heart in repose. The path, once narrow and uncertain, widened subtly, leading him to a small valley embraced by gentle hills. The air was cooler here, kissed by the fragrance of wildflowers that had awakened with the rain. With each step, the traveller felt the weariness of his past miles begin to slip from his shoulders, as though the very earth itself invited him to rest. As he moved forwards, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, not the swift rush of a river, nor the crashing waves of the sea, but the gentle murmuring of a stream winding its way through the meadow. The melody of the water was low and continuous, weaving harmoniously with the patter of the rain above. Drawn by the sound, the traveller pressed on until he reached the stream's edge. There, before him, spread a scene of tranquillity. Lush grass spread like a soft carpet, interspersed with delicate wildflowers whose faces turned up as if smiling at the sky. The stream itself was crystal clear, its waters meandering lazily over smooth pebbles, never hurried, never disturbed. The traveller stood in awe for a long while, taking in the serenity of this place. It was as though the hand of the Creator had paused here, brushing the land with peace and inviting the weary to partake in its calm. He remembered the words of the psalm that had carried him thus far. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. This was that very promise brought to life, a physical manifestation of those sacred words. Lowering himself to the ground, the traveller laid his hand upon the grass. It was soft, pliant, and cool beneath his fingers. Slowly he reclined, allowing his body to sink into the earth's embrace. The sky above was a muted grey, the rain now a fine mist that seemed to float rather than fall. The traveller closed his eyes and listened deeply, not just to the water, but to the hum of life that stirred beneath the surface of things. The whisper of the wind, the gentle creak of branches swaying, the occasional call of a distant bird. All these sounds wove together into a lullaby meant not just for the body, but for the soul. For the first time in what felt like ages, the traveller felt no compulsion to move, no urgency to press on. Here in the green pasture, he discovered the divine permission to rest, not as an escape, but as a sacred act of restoration. He thought of how the shepherd knew the needs of his flock, how the paths of life were punctuated with these moments of stillness designed not just for recovery, but for remembering. His mind drifted back to the days of his childhood, days spent running through fields, laughing beneath a broad sky without a care in the world. Then, life had been simple, each day a new adventure. Somewhere along the way, that simplicity had been lost to burdens, responsibilities, regrets. Yet lying here, he realized that the pasture was not merely a place, but a state of being, a return to trust, to surrender, to the childlike peace that comes from knowing the shepherd watches over his sheep. The water beside him flowed steadily, its clarity revealing stones of every colour beneath its surface. The traveller watched a leaf float gently down the stream, carried without resistance, turning and twirling in the current's gentle pull. It reminded him of his own journey, sometimes resisting, sometimes surrendering, yet always moving forward under a guidance he could scarcely comprehend. He cupped his hands and dipped them into the water, bringing it to his lips. It was cool and refreshing, as though it carried the very essence of life itself. As he drank, a profound sense of cleansing overtook him, as if the water washed not just his throat, but his heart, his mind, his very soul. He thought of the shepherd again, how he led his flock to still waters, knowing the danger of thirst and weariness, knowing that no one could travel long without refreshment. The traveller closed his eyes once more, his breathing slow and steady, matching the rhythm of the stream. In his mind's eye, he saw the shepherd walking these pastures, staff in hand, his face serene, his eyes watchful and kind. He saw the flock, resting without fear, knowing that no predator, no storm, no darkness could harm them while the shepherd stood guard. In this vision, the traveller was no longer a solitary figure. He was part of this flock, beloved and cared for, not because he was strong or worthy, but because the shepherd chose to love. The weight of this realization settled in his heart, warming it against the chill of the rain. He was not forgotten. He was not abandoned. He was seen, known and loved. Time lost meaning in that place. Minutes passed like hours, or perhaps it was the other way around. The traveller did not know, nor did he care. All that mattered was the stillness, the peace that filled every corner of his being. It was here, in this pasture, beside these still waters, that he felt his soul restored, just as the psalm had promised. The wounds of his past journeys, the exhaustion of his striving, the ache of his doubts, all of it was soothed in the shepherd's presence. Eventually, the rain began to taper off, the sky lightening just enough to hint at the sun hidden beyond the clouds. The traveller rose slowly, his body rested, his mind clear. He stood by the stream once more, watching the water continue its gentle course. A deep breath filled his lungs, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth and the quiet strength of renewal. He looked ahead at the path that awaited him, winding once again through hills and valleys, its end still unknown. But now he carried within him the memory of this place, a sanctuary of peace he could return to in his mind whenever the journey grew hard. The shepherd had led him here, had bid him rest, and would lead him on once more. With one last look at the still waters, the traveller stepped forward, the echoes of the psalm alive in his heart. Every step was now infused with the peace of the green pasture, the stillness of the water, and the abiding presence of the shepherd who restores the soul. The journey continued, but the traveller was no longer the same. The path that once basked in open light and gentle breezes soon began to narrow, funneling the traveller into a deepening cleft between hills that rose steeply on either side. The rain, though lighter now, persisted in a steady drizzle, threading silvery streaks through the air, softening the distant landscape in a hazy veil. Shadows stretched long and heavy, draped like a cloak over the narrowing trail, and the light that managed to filter through the dense canopy of trees above seemed thin, pale, and uncertain. The air grew cooler, tinged with the earthy scent of wet leaves and moss-covered straws. Every footstep echoed faintly, swallowed quickly by the thickness of the surroundings. The traveller paused as the path sloped downward, realizing that he had entered a valley, one that felt unlike the gentle meadows he had left behind. This was a place of stillness, but not of peace. Here, the quiet was heavy, as though the valley held its breath. The stones beneath his feet were slick with moisture, and gnarled tree roots snaked across the path like ancient sentinels determined to trip the unwary. Even the birds, who had sung in distant trees, seemed absent here, their songs swallowed by the oppressive hush that hung in the air. He knew this place, not by name or map, but by the feeling that settled deep in his bones, the valley of the shadow of death. The psalmist's words came unbidden to his mind. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. He whispered them aloud, as though speaking them could create a barrier against the gloom pressing on every side. Yet with each step, doubts rose like phantoms. Shadows seemed to shift and move in the corners of his vision, not formed of flesh, but of memories, regrets, failures, the faces of those he had disappointed, the echo of choices he wished he could undo. Every shadow was a question, every flicker of movement an accusation. He walked slower, his heart beating heavily in his chest, each thud a reminder of his vulnerability. But deeper still, beneath the stirring fear, was a fragile thread of faith. The shepherd was near. He had to believe it. He clung to that knowledge as he pressed on, for to stop was to surrender to the darkness, to let the valley consume him. He remembered how the psalm did not promise that there would be no valleys, no shadows, no death, only that he would walk through them, through, not into. The shepherd had brought him here, and the shepherd would bring him out again. The traveller placed his hand against the cold stone wall of the valley, grounding himself in its solidity. The earth was ancient, unmoved by fear or shadow. If creation stood firm beneath the hand of God, then so too could he. His eyes adjusted slowly to the dimness, revealing forms he had not seen at first. Small flowers growing defiantly between rocks, their delicate petals bright even in the gloom. Moss clung to every surface, a living testament that life perseveres even in dark places. As he pressed deeper, he became aware of an occasional sound, distant and indistinct, like whispers carried on the wind. At first he strained to listen, fearing the murmurs to be voices of torment or deceit. But the more he listened, the clearer it became. It was not malice, but memory. The valley whispered the stories of those who had passed through before him. Voices of the faithful who had endured, who had stumbled yet risen, who had feared yet overcome. Their testimonies lived in the stones, in the streams that trickled unseen in the shadows. He was not the first to walk here, and he would not be the last. Still, the way was difficult. His legs grew heavy, his resolve tested with every step. There were moments when he thought of turning back, but even as the thought formed, he knew it was not an option. There was no path behind, only forward. The shepherd was ahead, guiding even when unseen. He remembered then the shepherd's tools. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. He imagined them in his mind. The rod, a sturdy, reliable club of defence, and the staff, tall and curved, pulling back the straying sheep and keeping them on the path. Though invisible to him now, he felt them nonetheless. He imagined the shepherd standing at the next bend, watching over him, warding off dangers that lurked beyond his sight. Then the traveller stumbled. A hidden root caught his foot, and he fell hard against the damp ground, the impact jarring and unkind. For a moment he lay still, winded, his cheek pressed against the cold soil. He wanted to stay there, to surrender to the comfortless embrace of the earth. But the psalm echoed louder within him. I will fear no evil, for you are with me. With a groan, he pushed himself upright. the ache in his limbs a testament to his frailty, but also to his resolve. He looked up and saw, faint and distant, a soft glow, not the bright light of open skies, but a gentle shimmer, like the first suggestion of dawn. It was far, but it was there, a promise that the valley had an end. Strengthened by that sight, he stood fully and began walking again, slower, but with new-found determination. As he walked, his thoughts turned to those in his life who walked their own valleys, friends burdened with grief, loved ones crushed under illness, strangers weighed down by poverty or loneliness. He whispered prayers for them, sending his hopes into the shadows, trusting that the same shepherd guiding him was guiding them too. The valley became not just a place of trial, but of empathy. He was not alone in his suffering, and neither was anyone else. Gradually, the darkness began to thin. The walls of the valley widened, allowing more of the pale light to slip in. The shadows still lingered, but they no longer held dominion over him. With each step, he grew more certain that the shepherd was near, that his presence had never wavered even when the traveller's faith had flickered. Finally, the path began to rise, the incline gentle but sure, lifting him from the heart of the valley. The air grew warmer, the shadows less oppressive, replaced by the cool light of an emerging dawn. He paused once more, looking back over his shoulder at the shadowed path behind. He did not look with fear or regret, but with gratitude. For it was in the valley that he learned courage. It was there that his fragile faith was tested and found enduring. And it was there that the shepherd's unseen hand had carried him through. The traveller turned forward once more, his heart lighter despite the lingering ache in his bones. He had walked through the valley of the shadow of death, and he had feared no evil. The shepherd was with him, in the darkness, in the light, in every uncertain step. And now, with the first colours of morning bleeding softly across the horizon, the traveller stepped out of the shadows, his soul wiser, his spirit steadier, and his heart prepared for whatever path lay ahead. As the traveller emerged from the valley's lingering shadows, his eyes slowly adjusted to the gentler light of a new day. The rain had lessened to a whisper, a faint mist hanging in the air like a translucent veil. The path ahead widened and opened into a clearing unlike anything he had seen along his journey. It was as though the land itself had decided to breathe deeply here, stretching out in a broad meadow circled by ancient trees, whose roots wove in and out of the earth like the lines of an old story written into the soil. At the centre of this clearing stood a long wooden table, unexpected and inviting. It was not rough-hewn or hastily built, but crafted with evident care. Smooth surfaces worn soft by time and use, intricate carvings of vines and leaves dancing along its edges. Though the air was cool and damp, the table held a warmth of presence, as if it had been waiting for him. The traveller approached cautiously, eyes scanning the surroundings for the source of such a marvel. But he was alone, or so it seemed. Upon the table, a feast was laid out, abundant and colourful. Baskets overflowed with fruits, plump figs, glistening grapes, pomegranates split open to reveal their jewelled hearts. Loaves of bread, their crusts golden and inviting, rested beside bowls of honey and butter. There were olives, dates, nuts and jugs of fresh water and wine. The sight stirred both his hunger and his wonder, for he had not seen such bounty in many days. He stood still, uncertain. Who had prepared such a table in the wilderness? Surely this was not the work of chance. As if in answer to his unspoken question, the words of the psalm returned to him with sudden clarity. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. The traveller's heart stirred. Here, in this remote clearing, this truth had taken form. The shepherd had prepared this feast, not just for the body, but for the soul. The traveller sat slowly at the table, still half expecting shadows to stir from the trees, for enemies to reveal themselves and disrupt the peace. But none came. Instead, the mist curled lazily through the air, the breeze carrying the softest strains of music, not from instruments, but from the earth itself, a melody of life, of sustenance, of sacred provision. As he ate, the traveller felt a restoration unlike any mere meal could provide. Each bite was a reminder of care, of watchfulness, of love provided before he even knew his need. The bread was hearty and warm, filling his body with strength. The fruits were sweet and bright on his tongue, their juices reminding him of the richness life still offered, despite the hardships endured. The wine was smooth, warming his chest like a quiet fire. With each taste, he was nourished not only physically, but spiritually, as though every morsel was a word from the shepherd. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. I provide for you. As he ate, he noticed subtle movement around the edges of the clearing. Shapes in the mist, indistinct, shifting. At first he tensed, fearing they might be foes, the enemies the psalm had mentioned. But then he saw them more clearly. These figures stood just at the boundary where light met shadow, and though they did not approach, they watched. Faces pale, eyes hollow. They were not people of flesh and blood, but manifestations of the traveller's own fears, doubt, despair, loneliness, guilt. These were his true enemies, the ones he had carried with him unseen, heavy upon his shoulders. Yet now they stood powerless at the clearing's edge, unable to cross the boundary. The traveller understood then the deeper meaning of the feast prepared in their presence. It was not that they vanished or were destroyed, but that their power to dominate him had been stripped away. Here, at the shepherd's table, he could eat and drink, nourished in body and soul, while his enemies could only watch, unable to touch him. The traveller felt tears well in his eyes, not of sorrow, but of gratitude. How many times had he believed himself alone, pursued by shadows, only to find that provision had been made long before he arrived? The shepherd had not merely provided sustenance, he had provided safety, dignity, and peace, even in the presence of that which sought to undo him. He thought of the anointing mentioned in the psalm. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. As if on cue, a small vessel of fragrant oil appeared on the table beside him. He took it reverently, dipping his fingers into the oil source and gently touching his forehead. The scent was rich, a mingling of myrrh, frankincense, and something sweet he could not name. The oil soaked into his skin, warm and soothing, as though the shepherd himself had touched him, marking him not just as a guest, but as a cherished one. He could feel the anointing settling deeper than the surface of his skin. It seeped into his spirit, affirming his belonging, his identity not as a wanderer or a victim, but as one known by name, set apart, loved. He had been invited to this table not by merit, but by grace, and grace was abundant here. The cup before him, filled with wine, seemed fuller each time he sipped, never diminishing no matter how much he drank. It was an overflowing cup, a symbol that the shepherd's blessings were without limit. Time slipped by unmeasured. The traveller lingered, savouring the feast, the peace, the knowledge that he was not alone, even if no other soul sat beside him. The presence of the shepherd was in the provision, in the very air, in the stillness that embraced him like a protective cloak. Eventually, the shadows at the clearing's edge began to thin. The figures of his fears retreated further into the mist, diminished, their forms less defined, their presence less menacing. The traveller knew they might return, as fears often do, but he also knew now that they could not conquer him. The shepherd had prepared a table before them, and that table was his shield. With his hunger satisfied and his heart restored, the traveller stood from the table. He looked once more at the spread before him, still plentiful, as though untouched despite his feast. It was as if the table replenished itself, ready for the next weary soul who might find their way here. He felt the strength in his limbs, the lightness in his heart, the oil still fragrant on his brow. The path continued beyond the clearing, winding once more into the unknown. Yet he was not the same traveller who had entered. He carried with him the memory of the banquet, the certainty that provision would always await him, that even when enemies surrounded, peace could flourish, grace could abound. Stepping forward, he turned his gaze once more to the horizon. His spirit fed, his mind quieted, his soul anointed. The shepherd had provided, and would provide still. And so the traveller walked on, the taste of the feast lingering on his tongue, the warmth of the overflowing cup still burning bright within his chest, guiding him on to whatever lay ahead. Night descended slowly, but with certainty, as the traveller continued along the winding path that stretched beyond the banquet table. The sky turned a deep indigo, the last traces of sunlight smothered by the gathering clouds that had followed him all day. The rain returned, not as a heavy downpour, but as a fine mist, steady and persistent, as if the heavens themselves wept in quiet lamentation. The air grew colder with the darkness, and the trees stood like sentinels, their tall silhouettes swaying with the wind's low, mournful breath. Weariness settled once more upon the traveller's shoulders, heavier than before, for with night came not only physical fatigue, but the creeping shadows of memory and regret. The peaceful feast had filled his body and steadied his heart, yet the quiet of night had a way of awakening voices long thought silent. With each step, his mind drifted unwillingly to choices made, words spoken in haste, deeds left undone, the private record of faults that he carried deep within, the catalogue of sins that time had not fully erased. The darkness of the path seemed to mirror the shadows within his soul, each step forward accompanied by a whispered accusation from the depths of his own conscience. Doubts flared like distant lightning, illuminating moments of pride, selfishness, cruelty and weakness. Faces emerged in his memory, those he had hurt, those he had abandoned, those whose trust he had broken. Their eyes stared back at him from the dark, not with rage, but with a sorrow deeper than anger, a sorrow that cut sharper than any blade. He could no longer press on. His legs ached, but it was his spirit that buckled first. At the edge of the path stood a great flat stone beneath an overhanging tree whose broad branches formed a crude shelter against the misting rain. The traveller lowered himself to the stone, his body curling in on itself, hands clasping his knees as if to hold himself together. There, in the night, in the solitude, he felt the fragile walls of strength begin to crack. From his lips escaped a broken sound, barely a word, but a cry nonetheless. It was a cry birthed not from pain of the body, but the deeper anguish of the soul, the ache of guilt, of longing for forgiveness, of the desperate need to be made clean. He had journeyed far, yet the weight of his transgressions had followed him, a shadow that no distance could outrun. He knew then that no strength of his own could lift this burden. It was too heavy, too deeply entrenched. The psalmist's words surfaced unbidden, as if carried by the very wind that rustled the leaves above him. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love. According to your abundant mercy, blot out my transgressions. The traveller clung to the words as a drowning man clings to driftwood. They were not mere poetry, but a lifeline, a plea, a confession laid bare before the one who sees all, yet whose mercy endures beyond all seeing. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin, he whispered, his voice shaking. The cold air did not relent, nor did the darkness lift, but the act of speaking the words aloud brought a small measure of warmth to his chest, like the first spark in a hearth after a long winter. The traveller pressed his forehead to his knees, eyes closed tightly, and let the confession pour from him in waves, not always articulate, sometimes just raw groans that language could not frame. Every remembered failure, every wound he had caused, every moment he had strayed from the path of righteousness, he laid them down, one by one, as though emptying a vessel too long filled with poison. He spoke of pride, of envy, of times he had chosen comfort over compassion, silence over truth, pleasure over obedience. He did not hide, for there was nothing hidden from the shepherd. The night itself seemed to listen, holding its breath as the traveller laid his soul bare. Yet even as he confessed, another current rose within him, not one of despair, but of hope. The psalm continued its refrain in his mind, a promise embedded within the plea. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. The traveller repeated these words over and over, until they became his heartbeat, his very breath. There, upon the stone beneath the sheltering tree, the traveller waited. He did not know how long he remained bowed, the world silent around him, save for the rain and the occasional groan of wind through the branches. Time lost its grip on him, and all that remained was the waiting, the hoping, the silent plea for mercy. Then, as if the night itself had softened, he felt it, not a voice, not a vision, but a presence, subtle yet undeniable. It was as though the air had changed, the space around him filled with something, someone, unseen yet deeply known. A peace began to settle in his bones, not a sudden erasure of guilt, but a steady assurance that his cry had been heard, that his confession had not dissipated into empty air. The rain continued to fall, but its chill no longer pierced him as before. It felt now like a cleansing, a baptism delivered by the heavens themselves. The water that dripped from the leaves, that soaked his hair and robe, was no longer just rain. It was a sign of renewal, an outward echo of the inward washing taking place in his spirit. He lifted his head slowly, his eyes red, but his gaze clearer than before. The darkness remained, but it no longer held dominion over him. Somewhere deep within, the first tendrils of a clean heart were forming, stitched together by the mercy he had sought. The renewal of his spirit had begun, not by his own power, but by the shepherd's grace. "Restore to me the joy of your salvation," he whispered, voice steadier now. It was not a request made in arrogance, but in the humility of one who knew his need, who recognized that joy could only be born of grace, not of achievement. With effort, the traveller stood, the cold and damp still present, but now powerless to paralyze him. He was not yet finished with his journey, but he was lighter, freer. He carried with him now not the crushing weight of sin, but the quiet assurance that mercy was real, that grace was at work within him even now. He stepped back onto the path, the stone and the tree standing as silent witnesses to the night of his confession. The mist seemed thinner, the stars faintly visible between the breaks in the clouds. The psalm's words walked with him, a companion in the dark. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. A broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. And so he journeyed on, his soul still tender, still healing, but anchored now in the steadfast love of the shepherd, who forgives, who restores, and who walks with his own, even through the deepest nights of the soul. The traveller pressed on, his heart still tender from the night of confession, the scent of rain-soaked earth clinging to his garments. The sky overhead remained dark, though the rain had lessened to a soft drizzle. Clouds moved like great ships across the heavens, and the air carried an almost imperceptible change, a subtle anticipation, as though something unseen stirred just beyond the veil of shadow. Though his body was weary, the traveller felt a quiet strength growing inside him, a strength not born of his own endurance, but of the mercy he had received. His steps, though slow, were steady, guided by a new-found sense of peace that had taken root deep within. Yet as the night stretched on, and the path remained veiled in dimness, he felt the heavy pull of sleep upon his eyes. The sound of the rain, steady and rhythmic, combined with the murmur of distant streams, lulled him into a deeper awareness of his own fatigue. Not far ahead, he spotted a sheltered hollow beneath a low-hanging outcrop of rock, where the ground was dry despite the rain's persistence. Grateful, he made his way there and sank to the earth, wrapping his cloak tightly around him. He rested his head against the stone wall of the hollow and closed his eyes. The soundscape around him, the patter of raindrops, the sigh of the wind, the faint gurgling of water over stones, became a lullaby that ushered him into sleep. But it was not a restless, troubled sleep. No, this sleep was deep, like a descent into still waters, and with it came dreams that seemed more like visions than mere flickers of the mind. In his dream, the traveller stood once more, but this time the world around him was transformed. The dark forest and shadowed paths had vanished. Before him stretched an open plain, endless and bright, under a vast sky filled with stars so radiant they seemed to pulse with life. The air was still, the night crisp and clear, as though all creation held its breath in reverence. From the distance, a sound began to rise, a melody, clear and strong, yet gentle as morning light. The sound grew, and as it did, the traveller realised it was a song carried not by instruments, but by voices, countless and harmonious. The melody was familiar, though he had never heard it with his ears. His heart recognised it first. It was the song of deliverance. The voices sang of a God who saves, who redeems, who lifts his people from the pit and sets their feet upon rock. They sang of chains broken, of burdens lifted, of captives set free. The song wove the story of the shepherd who leaves the 99 to seek the one who is lost, of the father who runs to embrace the wayward son returning home, of waters that part to make way for those fleeing bondage. The traveller stood entranced, tears springing unbidden to his eyes. He felt the song moving through him, resonating in his very bones, vibrating in the hidden places of his soul that no human voice had ever touched. Every note was a balm to his wounds, every word a reminder that he was not merely surviving, he was being delivered, drawn out of the depths of his own brokenness by hands far stronger and gentler than his own. As the song swelled, he saw figures emerging on the plain, men, women, children, the old and the young, all walking forward, their faces lifted, their steps sure. Some bore scars, others limped, but none carried shame. They walked as the redeemed, as those who had passed through fire and flood, and yet remained unconsumed, unbroken. Then the traveller noticed something even more astonishing. With each step they took, their wounds closed, their limps straightened, their tears dried. Every stride was a transformation. The further they walked, the more radiant they became, as though the very light of the stars entered them. One figure, tall and clothed in simple garments, approached the traveller. His eyes shone with an unfathomable depth, ancient and kind. The traveller recognised him without introduction. This was the shepherd, the deliverer, whose song filled the night. Without words, the shepherd extended his hand. The traveller reached out, and the moment their hands touched, a flood of warmth and peace poured into him. He felt seen, known, understood in ways he had never thought possible. His past, his fears, his sins, all laid bare, yet met with unwavering love and acceptance. Still holding his hand, the shepherd spoke, his voice like a river, deep, steady, unyielding. You are delivered not because of your strength, but because of my love. Fear no shadow. Walk in the light of my song. The words echoed not just in the air, but within the traveller's very being. They sank deep, embedding themselves into his soul, unshakable and eternal. Then the shepherd lifted his other hand, and as he did, the sky erupted in light, not harsh or blinding, but glorious and gentle, as if the dawn itself had been unveiled all at once. The stars did not fade. Instead they joined the light, and together they illuminated the faces of all who walked the plain. The song continued, louder now, but still pure and peaceful. The traveller wanted to remain in this place forever, to walk beside the shepherd, to be surrounded by the song of deliverance. But the shepherd looked into his eyes and said softly, "There is still a journey to complete, but remember this, I am with you, and my song will guide you, even in the dark." The traveller opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the light became all-encompassing, and the vision began to dissolve like morning mist. With a deep breath, he awoke. The rain still fell, but the wind had softened. The first faint hues of dawn painted the horizon, strokes of pale gold and violet piercing the darkness. The air was crisp, fresh with the scent of rain and renewal. The traveller sat up slowly, the memory of the dream vivid, its sensation still alive within him. The song of deliverance, though no longer audible, still resonated in his heart, its melody and undercurrent in his spirit. He felt stronger, as if the very marrow of his bones had been fortified by the music of heaven. He stood, brushing off the damp from his cloak, and turned his eyes to the east where the light grew stronger by the moment. The path awaited, winding on through unknown lands, but he no longer feared its twists and turns. The shepherd's promise walked with him, his song a guiding star within. Each step forward was no longer a burden, but a testimony that deliverance was real, that the valley of shadows was not the end, and that the shepherd's song would forever echo in the soul of those who listened. With his heart alight and his spirit refreshed, the traveller stepped once more onto the path, the dawn breaking gently before him, as if heaven itself smiled upon his journey. The morning had only just begun to push back the night when the traveller resumed his journey. The faint light of dawn spilled softly across the path ahead, but the sky remained heavy with clouds, their bellies full of unshed rain. The earth beneath his feet was slick and muddy, the remnants of the night storms clinging to every stone and root. Yet, despite the cold dampness, the traveller pressed on with a renewed spirit, the echo of the shepherd's song of deliverance still lingering in his heart. As the path climbed gently upward, the wind began to stir once more. It was not the mild breeze that carried the scent of flowers or the song of distant birds, but a restless, moaning wind, as though the very air mourned for something lost. The traveller pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders, his eyes scanning the horizon ahead. In the distance, the land seemed to shift and change, the hills giving way to jagged rocks and craggy outcroppings. The trees grew sparse and twisted, their limbs reaching skyward like supplicants pleading for mercy. Then came the thunder. It did not crash or roar all at once, but rumbled low and deep, like the growl of some great beast stirring from its slumber. The clouds grew darker, swelling with menace, and the wind carried with it a chill that sank into the bones. The traveller knew what was coming, a storm, not just a passing rain, but a tempest that would test every fibre of his being. He pressed forward, his steps careful yet determined. Soon the first drops of rain fell, heavy and cold, each one striking like a drumbeat upon the earth. Then the skies opened fully, and the rain came in sheets, blurring the landscape, making every step a struggle against the elements. The wind howled now, no longer mournful, but wild and angry, tugging at his cloak, pushing him back with invisible hands. With each step, The traveller's mind whispered doubts. Turn back, shelter yourself, wait until it passes. But deep within, he knew that the storm was not something to avoid. The path led through it, not around it. He remembered the words of the psalm that had so often comforted him. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. He recited them aloud, his voice nearly lost to the wind, but the very act of speaking gave him resolve. Then, through the sheets of rain and the shifting mists, he saw it. A large stone formation rising from the landscape, half natural, half shaped by time and human hands. It was a shelter of sorts, a hollow carved into the rock, its entrance partially obscured by the creeping ivy and moss that clung stubbornly despite the weather. Without hesitation, the traveller made his way to it, grateful for the promise of respite. Inside, the hollow was dry, the sound of the storm muffled though still ever present. The air within was cool but still, untouched by the wind's fury. The traveller sank to the ground, his back against the smooth stone, breathing heavily. His body trembled, partly from exhaustion, partly from the lingering chill. Yet even as the storm raged just beyond, here, within the hollow, he felt a measure of peace. A peace that had not come by chance, but by providence. He remembered then the fuller words of the psalm. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth gives way, though the mountains be moved into the heart of the sea. He whispered them to himself, over and over, like a mantra, each repetition a small fortress against the chaos outside. For a time he remained there, listening to the storm's roar, watching flashes of lightning dance across the narrow entrance to his refuge. Every rumble of thunder seemed to shake the very foundation of the world, yet the hollow held firm. It was as though the rock itself had been fashioned for this very moment, a reminder that refuge does not always mean escape, but protection amidst the turmoil. His thoughts wandered to the shepherd once more, the one who had led him to still waters, who had restored his soul, who had prepared a table before his enemies. It was the shepherd who was his true refuge, not the stone shelter, though it served its purpose well. The shepherd was his strength, his protection, his very present help in trouble. Even here, amid the storm, he was not abandoned. Outside, the wind howled with renewed ferocity, and for a moment the traveller thought he heard voices in the storm, not human voices, but sounds that mimicked the cries of fear, despair, and accusation. They swirled and echoed, each one seeking to penetrate the hollow, to reach his ears, to sow doubt and fear within him. The storm was not merely of wind and rain, it was spiritual, a battleground of the soul. But the traveller closed his eyes, centering himself on the truth that had sustained him. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. He pictured the shepherd standing at the mouth of the hollow, staff in hand, his figure unyielding against the onslaught, his presence an unbreakable barrier between the traveller and the storm. In his mind's eye, the shepherd's eyes burned with a quiet fire, not of anger, but of steadfast protection. No enemy, no fear, no storm could pass him. Time passed, though the traveller could not say how much. The storm began to ease, the wind's howl softening to a distant moan, the rain lightening from a deluge to a gentle patter. The lightning grew less frequent, the thunder retreating further with every flash. The traveller opened his eyes, listening to the quiet that slowly reclaimed the world. He stepped cautiously from the hollow, emerging once more into the open air. The land was soaked, streams of water running in rivulets across the path, the trees dripping with fresh rain. Yet the sky above was beginning to break, the heavy clouds parting just enough to allow slender beams of light to reach the earth, golden and pure. Birds ventured tentative songs, testing the air after the storm's passage. The traveller breathed deeply, the scent of rain and earth filling his lungs. The world seemed washed clean, the storm having scoured it of dust and debris. And within himself, he felt a similar cleansing, as if the storm had not just battered his body, but had stripped away yet another layer of fear, another vestige of doubt. He had withstood it, not by his own strength, but by the refuge provided to him. He whispered the psalm one final time, "Be still, and know that I am God." The storm had passed, but the knowledge of who held dominion over the winds and waves remained, etched deeper into his spirit than ever before. The path awaited, glistening with rain, yet inviting. The traveller stepped forward, his heart fortified by the storm and the shelter within it. He knew more storms would come. Life was full of them. But he also knew that his refuge was ever present, a fortress that could not be shaken, because it was built not of stone, but of the shepherd's own enduring strength. With the dawn fully breaking and the air fresh with renewal, the traveller walked onward, the memory of the storm not as a terror to flee, but as a testament to the refuge that had held him fast. And so he journeyed on, each step a quiet declaration. Though the earth gives way, though the mountains tremble, he would not fear, for God was his refuge and his strength, his very present help in trouble. Morning emerged slowly, not in a sudden blaze of light, but as a gentle unveiling. The traveller watched from the path as the sky shifted, first from the deep bruised hues of night to the pale grey of pre-dawn, and then, gradually, to soft pastels that hinted at the sun's impending arrival. Faint golds and tender pinks streaked the clouds, like brushstrokes on a vast canvas. The storm had passed, leaving the air washed clean, the earth glistening with dew and leftover raindrops that clung to every blade of grass and trembling leaf. For the first time in what felt like many days, the traveller could feel warmth on his skin. Though the sun had not yet fully risen, its light carried a promise, a quiet assurance that the dark had yielded, that the storm was not the end. He stood still for a long while, simply letting the morning light kiss his face, his eyes closed, his breathing deep and steady. The smell of wet earth mingled with the faint fragrance of wildflowers, stirred awake by the dawn. The air was crisp and cool, but it no longer carried the bite of the storm. It was the coolness of renewal, of beginnings. As the sun finally breached the horizon, its first rays pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting long golden beams across the landscape. Trees shimmered as though encrusted with tiny jewels, each droplet catching the light and scattering it in tiny rainbows. The world was still, as if holding its breath in reverence for the new day. The traveller's heart swelled with a joy he had not expected. It was not the loud, exuberant joy of celebration, but a quiet, profound gladness that seeped deep into his bones. He remembered the words of the psalm that had comforted him countless times. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Those words were no longer just a recitation. They were alive before him, written in the sky, whispered in the air, glistening on every surface. He had walked through the valley, endured the storm, and now stood in the tender embrace of morning's joy. As he walked, the light grew stronger, the sun ascending slowly but steadily, casting warmth that began to seep into the ground and dry the remnants of rain. The path, once treacherous with mud, became firmer beneath his feet. The traveller took his time, each step deliberate, as if he wished to savour every moment of the morning's unfolding. There was no rush. The urgency that had propelled him before was gone, replaced by the steady cadence of peace. Along the way, he encountered signs of life emerging anew. A small brook, swollen with rainwater, babbled joyfully as it ran beside the path. Birds, previously silenced by the storm, now filled the air with their songs. Melodies clear and bright, each note a testament to resilience and renewal. A family of deer grazed cautiously in a nearby meadow, their ears perked, their movements graceful and unhurried. The traveller watched them with quiet awe, reminded of the gentleness that persisted in the world despite all its violence and fear. Everywhere he looked, creation itself seemed to echo the psalmist's truth, that joy indeed comes in the morning. It was as though the earth rejoiced with him, having also weathered the night and the storm, and now joined in celebration of the dawn. He came to a wide clearing where the sun had fully claimed the sky, bathing everything in its golden glow. The traveller sat upon a large, flat stone warmed by the sun, closing his eyes once again to better feel the light upon his face. He let his mind drift, reflecting on the journey thus far, the valleys of shadow, the storms, the moments of confession, the deliverance, and now this morning of joy. He realized then that joy was not merely the absence of pain or struggle. It was the evidence of life after hardship, the proof that the soul can still sing after the night has passed. Joy was the echo of the shepherd's faithfulness, the tender gift given not because the traveller had earned it, but because it was in the shepherd's nature to restore, to renew. The traveller began to hum, softly at first, then louder as confidence grew. The melody was simple, spontaneous, a weaving of gratitude and praise. The words formed without effort, a song to the morning. Great is your faithfulness, O Lord. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. You have turned my mourning into dancing, my sorrow into songs of joy. He sang not just for himself, but for the valley he had crossed, for the storm that had tested him, for the shadows that had tried to cling to his soul. He sang because the dawn was proof that light returns, that hope is not a fleeting ghost, but a steady companion, waiting just beyond the darkest hours. As his song faded, the traveller looked around and noticed that the clearing was alive with colour. Flowers he hadn't seen before blossomed brightly, their petals unfurling to greet the sun. Butterflies fluttered from bloom to bloom, delicate and purposeful. Bees hummed, gathering nectar with diligent joy. The very air seemed to hum with life, as if the earth itself were exhaling after holding its breath through the night. The traveller stood, his heart full and light, and continued down the path. Each step felt less burdensome. his body reinvigorated by the morning's warmth and beauty. He carried with him the certainty that joy, real and abiding, was always within reach, not because life was free of hardship, but because the shepherd never left his side. As he walked, he whispered again the words of the psalm, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning." And with each repetition, the joy grew deeper, settling not just in his heart, but in his very soul, an unshakable foundation for the road that still lay ahead. Morning's light bathed his path, and though he knew more valleys, more storms might come, the traveller carried with him the proof of dawn's promise. He had seen the night, but he had also seen the morning, and in that morning he had found his joy. The traveller moved forward with a lightness in his step that he had not known for some time. The morning sun climbed higher, its warmth growing with each passing hour, caressing the landscape with golden fingers that made the earth seem to awaken anew. Shadows shrank beneath trees and rocks, replaced by patches of light where wildflowers blossomed in bursts of colour. Violets, daisies, and wild roses swayed gently with the breeze, their delicate petals reflecting the sunlight like stained glass. The air itself was alive. Every inhale brought the mingled scent of earth, damp from the rain, and the sweetness of fresh blooms. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs stitching the morning together with threads of melody. The traveller paused often, his ears attuned to the symphony that seemed to rise from every corner of creation, 1,000 sounds in harmony, as if the world itself was rejoicing. Moved by the music of the land, the traveller felt a stirring within him, a pull, not of duty, but of desire. A song of his own began to form, faint at first, like the distant call of a flute heard in the hills. It was not a song he knew, nor one he had learned, but one that seemed to emerge from the deepest chambers of his soul, as though it had been waiting all along for this very morning to rise. He began to hum as he walked, his voice low and tentative, finding a rhythm that matched his steps. The melody unfolded, tentative yet persistent, shaping itself with every breath. Words followed, not carefully chosen, but drawn naturally from his heart. Sing to the Lord a new song, sing all the earth, awake and strong, for he has made the morning bright, and turned our darkness into light. With each line, his voice grew clearer, fuller, his spirit giving itself to the song as though the earth itself sang with him. The wind carried his voice along the path, threading it through the trees, over the hills, and across the fields. As he sang, his heart swelled with gratitude, and with that gratitude came joy, a joy deeper and wider than any he had ever known, one not rooted in circumstance, but in the sheer wonder of being alive in a world that pulsed with the presence of the shepherd. The traveller climbed a small hill that rose gently from the path, a natural perch that overlooked a wide expanse of meadow stretching to the horizon. From there, he could see a river in the distance, its surface sparkling as if 1,000 stars had fallen into its waters. The breeze carried the scent of water and wild herbs, the air rich and invigorating. At the summit of the hill, he raised his voice louder, letting the song pour from him uninhibited. Sing to the Lord, O hills and streams! Awake, O earth, from your night of dreams! Let rivers clap their joyful hands, and mountains shout across the lands. It was as if the very land responded to his call. A sudden gust of wind lifted the tall grasses, making them sway like dancers, the leaves on the trees fluttering with applause. Somewhere nearby, a bird answered with its own trill, adding a counterpoint to his melody. He smiled, feeling as though creation itself had joined in his praise. He thought of the psalms he had recited in quieter times, and one stood out among the rest. Sing to the Lord a new song, sing to the Lord all the earth. He now understood why the psalmist had called not just the people, but the whole world to sing. It was because joy and gratitude, once awakened, refused to be silent. They had to be shared, poured out, spread wide and far, like sunlight scattering darkness. His voice soared, the verses now flowing effortlessly. For he is good, his love endures. In every storm, his hand ensures that dawn will break and shadows flee. His mercy reigns eternally. The words rang clear and bold, carried on the wind like banners of truth. The traveller felt the strain of his journey, the bruises, the aches, the nights of sorrow, but they no longer weighed him down. Instead, they gave depth to his song, each hardship transformed into a verse of victory, a note in the symphony of redemption. At the top of the hill, he stretched his arms wide, his face turned skyward, the sun warm upon his skin. He laughed, a sound full and free, the laughter of one who knows he is not alone, not forgotten, not abandoned. It was the laughter of a soul unshackled, of one who had seen night, yet stood unbowed in the morning's brilliance. He thought then of all the others still walking their own paths, those still trapped in shadow, still weathering their storms. He sang for them too, each line a prayer wrapped in melody, a beacon of hope sent out on the wind. For those who wander, weak and worn, let songs of joy their paths adorn. Let voices rise from hill to sea, proclaiming hope and victory. He imagined the shepherd listening, smiling at the sound of his singing. He imagined the song weaving through the hearts of others, lifting burdens, dispelling fear, awakening faith. The traveller understood now that this was not just his song. It was a song given to all who would listen, all who had endured the night and found morning waiting on the other side. Hours passed like minutes as he sang and walked, the path ahead unfolding like a scroll unrolling at the pace of his feet. The sun climbed higher, painting the world in gold, while his voice remained strong, each note infused with the light and life of the day. As afternoon approached, his voice grew quieter, not from exhaustion, but from a deep, contented peace. His heart still sang, even if his lips rested. The song was now part of him, echoing within, a wellspring he could draw from whenever the journey grew hard again. With the melody alive in his spirit, the traveller pressed on, each step light, each breath deep, each moment filled with the joy of the Lord. The earth had sung with him, the morning had answered, and his soul had awakened to the truth that praise was not just a duty, it was the natural language of the heart that has seen the darkness broken by the dawn. And so he walked, quietly now, but with a song forever resonant within him, ready to rise again with every new morning that awaited on the road ahead. As the traveller continued along the winding path, the joyful song still resonating in the quiet chambers of his soul, the terrain began to shift once more. The open meadows of the morning gradually gave way to land that undulated with gentle hills and soft rises, like a great green sea frozen in motion. The road meandered alongside a stream that trickled and sang as it danced over stones and around tree roots, its waters clear and lively. The traveller's eyes scanned the horizon, and there, nestled in a shallow valley ahead, stood a single great tree, tall, wide and strong, its branches stretching outward in a wide embrace. It stood beside the stream, its roots woven deeply into the moist earth, some exposed and winding like veins across the ground. Its trunk was thick, gnarled with age, yet firm and full of life, covered in bark that bore the marks of many seasons. Its leaves were broad and dark green, catching the sunlight in dazzling flashes as the wind moved through them. The traveller felt drawn to it instantly, not just by its size or beauty, but by something deeper, something familiar. It radiated peace and strength, like a sentinel of time that had watched over the land for generations. He approached slowly, reverently, feeling as though he were entering sacred ground. As he drew near, he noticed the grass grew lusher around the tree, soft and cool underfoot, dotted with tiny blue and white flowers that opened like tiny stars in the daylight. Birds flitted among the branches, their songs cheerful but unintrusive, as if they too respected the ancient stillness of this place. The traveller sat down at the base of the tree, his back against its mighty trunk. The bark was rough but warm, and the tree seemed to exhale with him, as though it understood his need to rest, to reflect. Overhead, the leaves rustled with the breeze, a soft, rhythmic sound like pages turning in a book of memories. The stream beside him continued its gentle murmur, a counterpoint to the whispering leaves. He closed his eyes and let the quiet wash over him. He thought then of Psalm 1, the first of them all, the opening gate into the whole collection of sacred songs. The words came to him not as a recitation, but as an old friend, remembered deeply, spoken inwardly with reverence. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water, that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. He opened his eyes and looked up at the tree towering above him, like a tree planted by streams of water. The words were no longer metaphor, they were reality. The tree was not just a tree, it was a living image of the soul rooted in God's word, sustained by living water, unmoved by drought or storm. This was not coincidence. The shepherd had led him here to see with his own eyes what faithfulness looked like when planted deeply in the soil of truth. The traveller reached down and ran his fingers through the grass and soil at the tree's base. It was rich, dark and moist, earth that had drunk deeply from the nearby stream. He thought of his own soul, once dry and cracked, now slowly beginning to soften and awaken. The living water he had received, through mercy, through song, through rest, had begun to soak into the hardened places within him. A squirrel darted down from a branch and scampered across the roots before disappearing into a small hollow. Butterflies fluttered nearby, drawn to the wild flowers that bloomed in quiet abundance around the tree. Life thrived here. It wasn't loud or boastful, it simply was. Peace, presence, and fruitfulness grew in stillness. The traveller leaned his head back against the tree and let himself rest, eyes half closed. He imagined what it would be like to be such a tree, to be rooted so deeply in the truth of the shepherd's word that no drought of spirit, no storm of circumstance could unseat him. To remain steady while seasons changed, blossoming in spring, enduring in winter, bearing fruit in the time appointed, not hurried, not delayed. He realized that this was not a dream to admire from a distance, but a promise to live into. The psalm did not describe an unreachable ideal. It offered a vision of what life could be when the soul was planted close to the source. He is like a tree. It was an invitation to live a life of rootedness, consistency, and quiet abundance. He recalled the contrasting words in the same psalm. The wicked are not so, but are like chaff that the wind drives away. He had known those days when he himself had been like chaff, tossed by his doubts, scattered by fear, shifting direction with every strong breeze of temptation or despair. But now he longed to be different. He longed for roots. How, he wondered, does one become such a tree? And the answer rose gently within him, by meditating on the shepherd's words day and night, by delighting in them, by returning to them again and again, like a thirsty deer to a stream. Not by striving, not by earning, but by abiding, by remaining close to the source of life. He stood slowly and placed a hand on the tree's trunk, whispering a silent prayer, not for blessing or prosperity, but for depth. For the grace to stay planted, even when the soil grew dry, even when storms lashed and branches broke. For the humility to be still, to drink deeply from the living water, to let the shepherd shape him into something strong and steady. As he prepared to leave, he noticed something carved faintly into the bark at eye level, not words but a symbol. A shepherd's staff etched lightly into the wood, weathered by time but unmistakable. He smiled, heart swelling. The shepherd had been here. Others had rested here, prayed here, perhaps found themselves again beneath these very branches. The tree had been a witness to many pilgrims before him, and it would be a witness to many more. With a final glance at the tree and the stream, the traveller turned back to the path. But he carried something new within him, not just the memory of the tree, but the understanding of what it meant. To be planted, to be nourished, to be unmoved. The journey ahead still lay before him, but now he walked not only with purpose, but with roots growing deep into unseen soil, roots nourished by the truth that the shepherd walks with those who choose to stay close to his waters. The wind picked up again, not harsh but playful, rustling the leaves behind him like an echo of blessing. He didn't need to turn around. He knew the tree would still be there, steadfast beside the stream, a living parable, a quiet testimony to all who pass by and dare to believe that their life, too, can be rooted, fruitful, and unfading. The traveller continued on his path, the memory of the great tree lingering warmly within his heart. Though his steps pressed forward, a part of his mind remained fixed on what he had learned beneath its mighty branches, to be planted, to be nourished, to remain steadfast. The path ahead was still uncertain, winding into hills that rose steadily, their tops crowned with canopies of oak and cedar, old and sprawling. The air was lighter here, crisp and sweet, each breath filling his lungs with a fresh and quiet vigour. As he ascended the slope, the sky above began to clear in earnest. The sun, no longer obscured by the remnants of morning mist, shone with a gentle brightness, casting soft shadows that danced along the trail. Birdsong returned in layers, a tapestry of sound that wove through the woods, each call distinct yet harmonious. Every so often, a small animal would dart across the path. A hare, quick and alert, or a pair of squirrels chasing each other in playful circles. Even the smallest of creatures seemed caught up in the joy of the day, as though the whole world had been invited to celebrate. After a time, the path led the traveller to a clearing at the hill's summit, and there he found a wide, flat stone that seemed naturally formed into a seat, as if waiting for any weary soul who might pass this way. Grateful, the traveller sat down, the stone cool but not unkind beneath him. From this vantage he could see far and wide, the winding path stretching behind him, the valleys below, and distant peaks beyond. The breeze was constant but soft, whispering through the tall grasses and rustling the leaves overhead like the turning pages of a book. He sat in silence for a while, simply observing the vastness of the world around him. From this height, the land seemed peaceful, each part moving in harmony with the others, the swaying trees, the shimmering streams, the flight of birds tracing patterns in the sky. It was all connected, each element part of a greater whole, orchestrated by a wisdom beyond comprehension. As he gazed outward, his thoughts turned inward. He remembered again the Psalms, the words that had so often been his comfort, his guide. One psalm in particular rose to the surface of his mind, as if carried to him on the very wind that caressed his face. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky above proclaims his handiwork. Day to day pours out speech, and night to night reveals knowledge. The traveller looked up, eyes tracing the endless expanse of blue, where only a few wisps of cloud remained like delicate brushstrokes. He thought of the stars that would soon emerge with the coming night, of the vast constellations that traced ancient stories across the sky. He considered the sun itself, a blazing testament to power and faithfulness, rising and setting each day without fail. The heavens did indeed declare, and the sky did proclaim, not with words, but with presence, with beauty, with consistency. There is no speech, nor are there words, whose voice is not heard, the psalm continued in his heart. The traveller marvelled at this truth, that the sky, though silent, spoke more eloquently than any tongue. It told of order, of majesty, of a creator who paints in light and shadow, who composes symphonies in the movement of clouds, in the rhythm of the seasons, in the quiet grandeur of the cosmos. His gaze drifted back to the landscape below, to the hills and valleys, the rivers that cut through the land like veins of silver. All of it declared something, not just beauty for beauty's sake, but the evidence of intention, of design. The world was not a random collection of accidents. It was art, it was language, it was testimony. Then, as if to confirm these reflections, a hawk soared into view, its wings spread wide, riding the currents of air with grace and purpose. The traveller watched, transfixed, as the bird circled higher, its keen eyes surveying all below. The hawk needed no map, no guide, yet it moved with certainty, carried by the invisible hand of the wind, governed by the instincts crafted into its being by the very one who had created the wind itself. The traveller breathed deeply, the air filling his lungs with a sense of peace and awe. He thought then of his own journey, the path he had taken, the valleys he had crossed, the storms he had survived. Was not his life, too, a part of this grand declaration? Every step, every struggle, every song of praise, did it not all declare the glory of God in its own quiet way? He reached into his satchel and pulled out a small book of Psalms, worn and weathered from much use. Flipping through its pages, his eyes settled again on Psalm 19. He read the words aloud, his voice mingling with the sounds of the clearing. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. He paused, the truth of each line sinking deeply. The world declared God's glory, but so too did his word, not in silent beauty, but in wisdom, in instruction, in the reviving of the soul. The traveller realised then that the heavens might show the grandeur of God, but his word showed his heart, his desires, his intentions for humanity. To gaze at the sky was to witness God's power, but to meditate on his law was to encounter his love. More to be desired are they than gold, even much fine gold, sweeter also than honey and drippings of the honeycomb. He smiled, remembering the honey he had tasted at the banquet table some days before, rich, golden, sweet beyond measure. Yet the psalm declared that the word of the Lord was even sweeter, even more precious than the finest treasure. It was life itself, nourishment, not for the body, but for the soul. The traveller closed the book gently and placed it back in his satchel, his heart full. The sky above, the earth below, the word in his heart, all spoke together, all declared the same truth, that the shepherd was good, that he was present, that he was guiding all things according to his purpose. As he sat in the clearing, a gentle warmth settled over him, not just from the sun, but from within. He was part of this creation, part of this song, and his life, though humble, was a verse in the greater hymn that all things sang to the glory of the shepherd. He stood at last, stretching his limbs, feeling the strength in his legs renewed. With a final look at the expanse around him, he whispered to the wind, to the hills, to the sky, "Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer." And with that prayer resting on his lips, the traveller descended the hill, the sky still proclaiming overhead, the earth still testifying underfoot, and his heart still singing quietly within him, a song of awe, of gratitude, of purpose. The journey continued, but now every step was accompanied by the knowledge that he walked in a world that was itself a living psalm, and that he, too, was part of its sacred melody. The day wore on as the traveller pressed forward, his feet carrying him up a gradual incline that rose higher than any he had yet climbed on his journey. The air thinned with elevation, but it remained crisp and cool, touched with the sharp scent of pine and cedar. The path twisted back and forth along the mountainside, each turn revealing new vistas. Valleys that stretched endlessly below, forests dense with ancient trees, and streams that shone like threads of silver weaving through the landscape. He paused often, not because of weariness, but because the beauty demanded reverence. Each time he stopped, he turned to look back on how far he had come, marvelling at the winding path that now looked small and delicate from his height, as though it were a ribbon gently laid across the earth by a careful hand. With each step higher, the sky seemed to widen, the clouds standing back as if giving way to the grandeur of the ascent. At last, after hours of climbing, the traveller reached a point where the path narrowed sharply, clinging to the side of a towering cliff face. It was here that he saw it, a massive outcrop of stone rising prominently from the side of the mountain, its surface smoothed by wind and rain, but still firm and steadfast. Upon this rock stood what appeared to be a natural platform, as though the mountain itself had formed a watchtower, high, unyielding, and safe. Without hesitation, the traveller made his way to it, carefully navigating the last steep steps until he stood atop the stone. The wind was stronger here, rushing past his ears, singing through the crags and crevices with a sound like distant voices. He stood tall, his cloak billowing behind him, and gazed out over the horizon. The view took his breath away. Mountains rolled in every direction, their peaks kissed by mist, their valleys lush and green. Rivers shimmered far below, winding and branching like veins of light. To the east the sky was painted with the soft glow of the afternoon sun, while to the west shadows stretched long and cool, signalling the approach of evening. Here, upon the rock, the traveller felt small, yet not insignificant. Instead, he felt a part of something vast and eternal, a single soul standing within the boundless masterpiece of the Creator. His heart swelled, and the words of another psalm came to him, rising in his memory like a familiar melody. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer, my God, my rock, in whom I take refuge. The rock beneath his feet was solid, unmoving, a symbol of permanence in a world where everything else seemed transient. Seasons changed, storms came and went, rivers flowed and shifted their course. But the rock stood firm. It had endured countless storms, had stood while the winds howled and the rains beat down. No storm could uproot it. He sat down upon the stone, laying his hands flat against its surface, feeling its roughness, its strength. He thought of all the storms he himself had faced, the valleys of shadow, the restless nights, the confessions whispered in the dark. And yet here he was, still standing, still journeying, still seeking. Had it not been for the shepherd's hand, for the sure foundation of his words and his presence, he would have been swept away long ago. The wind seemed to speak to him then, not in words but in sensation, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped the world, that shaped him. The shepherd was like this rock, unyielding, faithful, a shelter in times of trouble. his mind recalled another verse. When my heart is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I. Higher. That was the word that echoed in his heart. This place was higher, above the noise, above the turmoil, above the constant demands of the world below. From here, everything looked clearer, as if the distance made it easier to see the patterns, the connections. The path that had seemed confusing and disjointed from the ground now appeared purposeful, each twist and turn leading inevitably to this point of clarity. He sat in stillness, allowing the quiet to speak, the wind to minister, the rock to steady him. In his mind, he imagined the shepherd standing beside him, also surveying the vastness, eyes filled with both compassion and authority. The shepherd was not troubled by the valleys below, nor by the looming clouds on distant horizons. He was steadfast, unshaken. The traveller realised that this was what it meant to build one's life upon the rock, to anchor oneself in the truth of who the shepherd was, to rest in the certainty that though the world might shake, the foundation would hold. It was not a promise that storms wouldn't come, but a guarantee that the storms wouldn't prevail. He thought of all who might still be walking the paths below, still winding through valleys, still seeking shelter. He whispered a prayer for them, asking that they, too, might find their way to higher ground, to the rock that offered not just safety, but perspective. Evening approached slowly, the sun beginning its descent, casting long, golden rays that bathed the mountains in light and shadow. The sky turned a deeper blue, streaked with gold and crimson. The traveller knew it would soon be time to descend, to continue the journey. Yet he lingered, reluctant to leave this place of peace, of vision, of clarity. Before rising, he gathered a small stone from the edge of the platform, a token, a reminder of this place. It was smooth, shaped by time and elements, a fitting emblem of endurance. He tucked it into his satchel, knowing that in the days to come, when the path grew narrow again, when valleys deepened and shadows lengthened, he would touch this stone and remember. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, my deliverer. With one last glance at the horizon, the traveller stood and began his descent, his heart fortified by the truth of the heights. The wind followed him gently, like a friend bidding farewell, and the path below seemed less daunting now, knowing that the rock remained, always there, higher than he, watching, waiting, unmovable and sure. The traveller descended from the great rock with a slow and thoughtful stride, the memory of the heights still fresh within him. The clarity and peace he had found atop the stone seemed to linger in his very bones, giving each step a quiet steadiness. Yet as he descended, the world began to change again. The wind, which had sung freely on the summit, grew gentler, more subdued, as though reluctant to follow him back down into the denser folds of the forest. The path became narrow once more, winding between towering trees whose branches reached high and interlocked, forming a living canopy. Light filtered through in soft, dappled patches, as if the sun above had become shy, reluctant to fully reveal itself in this secluded world. The traveller welcomed the shade, its coolness refreshing after the brilliance of the heights. But with the shade came something else, a stillness, heavy and watchful. The forest seemed alive, but in a way that was hidden, secretive. He could feel unseen eyes upon him, though he knew not from where. Leaves rustled high above, though no wind stirred at his level. He walked on, his senses alert, his heart steady, yet curious. Then it came, the faintest sound, like a breath on the wind, a whisper, delicate and fleeting. The traveller stopped, turning his head to listen. Silence returned, deep and unbroken. He took a few more steps, and again the whispering came, clearer this time, like voices carried on an unseen breeze. The sound was not threatening, but neither was it familiar. He stood still, closing his eyes to listen better. The voices were soft, layered, as if many spoke at once, yet not in chaos. It was as if the forest itself spoke, its very branches and leaves forming words just out of reach. He remained motionless, waiting, heart open. And then a thought crossed his mind, not his own, yet within him, gentle as a breeze. Where can I go from your spirit, or where shall I flee from your presence? His eyes flew open, recognition dawning. Psalm 139. The verses he had often recited now whispered to him not from his memory alone, but as though the very air carried them. He began to speak the words aloud, his voice soft but sure. If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning, and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there your hand shall lead me, and your right hand shall hold me. As he spoke, the whispers seemed to draw nearer, more distinct, not in menace, but in confirmation. He understood then. These were not voices of fear or confusion. They were echoes of the presence of the shepherd, carried on the very breath of creation. He continued walking, the words still forming on his lips. The forest around him seemed to respond. The leaves stirred gently, the light grew a touch brighter, the air clearer. It was as if his recitation of the psalm awakened the truth already alive in the world around him, that there was no place, no depth, no shadow where the shepherd's presence did not abide. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, and the light about me be night, even the darkness is not dark to you, the night is bright as the day, for darkness is as light with you. The traveller felt a warmth blooming in his chest, a quiet certainty that though he walked alone in appearance, he was never truly by himself. The presence of the shepherd surrounded him, unseen but wholly real, not only watching, but guiding, comforting, even in places where sight was obscured. He pressed on, each step now lighter. The forest began to open slightly, the trees spacing themselves as if making way for him. He noticed now the small details, the moss that grew lush on the trunks, the delicate mushrooms that formed tiny villages at the base of trees, the darting flashes of colour from birds hidden high in the canopy. The world was alive, and he was part of it, connected, known, embraced. As he walked, he recalled more of the psalm, letting it roll from his tongue like a prayer. For you formed my inward parts. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works. My soul knows it very well. The words filled him with a sense of wonder. He touched his own chest lightly, feeling the steady beat of his heart, the rise and fall of his breath. He had not made himself. He was crafted, fashioned by hands both tender and mighty. Every fibre of his being was known, every thought, every hope, every fear, all laid bare before the shepherd, yet all embraced with love. The whispers in the forest seemed to smile with him now, their tone brighter, more melodic. He imagined the trees themselves acknowledging this truth, their roots deep in the earth, yet reaching always toward heaven. They stood firm not just by their own might, but by the design of the Creator who had placed them here, just as the traveller had been placed on his journey. Further along, he came to a small clearing where the sun broke through fully, a golden column of light bathing the centre of the glade. He stepped into the light and stood still, feeling its warmth soak into his skin. He lifted his face toward the sky, eyes closed, arms slightly raised, and he spoke softly. "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any grievous way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting." The light seemed to embrace him fully, as though the shepherd himself had wrapped him in invisible arms. The whispers faded, not because they ceased, but because they were no longer needed. The presence had drawn near, not in sound, but in spirit, in peace. The traveller stood in that clearing for a long time, breathing deeply, his heart still. He understood now that no matter where the path led, into shadow or light, valley or height, the shepherd's presence was constant, faithful, unshakable. Eventually, the sun began its slow descent, the light turning warmer, softer. The traveller smiled, his spirit refreshed, and he stepped once more onto the path, the forest welcoming him like an old friend. Every tree, every breeze, every bird's call reminded him of the truth he now carried deeper than ever before. He was known, he was loved, and he was never alone. With that certainty alive in his soul, he walked on, the path ahead as mysterious as ever, yet no longer shadowed by fear. The whispers of presence had become a part of him, a song that would walk with him, guiding his steps, until the journey brought him home. The traveller emerged from the dense forest, the echoes of whispered presence still lingering in his heart. The sun was now low in the sky, brushing the horizon with a glow of amber and gold, and though the day was nearing its end, his spirit was alive with the quiet strength that comes from being known and held by something greater than oneself. Before him stretched a vast expanse of land, a sweeping plain that sloped gently upward to a solitary structure perched atop a distant rise, a tower. Its silhouette stood sharp against the setting sun, tall and sturdy, built of stone hewn from the very earth upon which it stood. The traveller's eyes fixed on it immediately, drawn by its prominence and purpose. He had heard stories in his youth of such towers, watchmen's towers, where vigilant eyes scanned the land for threats and signs, for changes in the seasons, for the coming and going of friend and foe. The path before him led directly to its base, winding gently through the plain, and so he set his feet forward, eager to see what the tower would reveal. As he walked, the air grew cooler, the warmth of the day slowly draining as shadows stretched long behind him. Yet even in the approaching dusk, the sky remained vivid, painted with streaks of pink, lavender, and deepening blue. Stars began to peek through the darkening veil, hesitant but inevitable. By the time the traveller reached the foot of the tower, the first stars had fully emerged, punctuating the sky with their quiet light. The tower loomed above him, its stones weathered but strong, each one bearing the marks of time and endurance. Ivy climbed its sides in slow, spiralling trails, as though nature herself sought to embrace the stone with gentle hands. A wooden door, reinforced with iron bands, stood slightly ajar, inviting yet imposing. He stepped inside. The air within was cool and still, the scent of stone and old wood filling his nostrils. A winding staircase spiralled upward along the inner wall, worn smooth by countless footsteps over generations. Without hesitation he began to climb, each step carrying him higher, his heart quickening, not with fear, but with anticipation. The ascent was long, but steady. Windows opened at intervals along the climb, narrow slits that allowed glimpses of the land outside, flashes of darkening fields, forests like black seas, rivers reflecting the last hues of twilight. He climbed higher, until finally the staircase ended in a wide circular chamber open to the sky, its walls lined with stone, but crowned with an open ring where the night breeze flowed freely. The traveller stepped into the open, the wind cool against his face, and looked out. From this height, the world stretched vast and unbroken in all directions. The plains rolled into hills, the hills into forests, the forests into distant mountains whose jagged silhouettes cut the horizon. Above him, the sky was a dome of stars, clear and sharp, each one a distant flame flickering in the great expanse. He stood in awe, turning slowly, taking in the whole of creation laid bare before him. Here, on this high place, everything seemed clearer, not just in sight, but in understanding. The land was not a collection of disconnected places. It was one tapestry, intricately woven, each thread vital to the whole. And then the psalm returned to him, as if carried on the very wind that danced around the tower. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He whispered the words into the night, feeling them settle within him, as though they belonged here, in this place between earth and sky. The question was no longer a cry of desperation, but a statement of trust. The hills, the forests, the rivers, all of them stood as testimony to the one who had crafted them, who watched over them still. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The traveller gazed at the stars, each one a silent witness to the watchfulness of the shepherd. There was no corner of the world, no shadowed valley, no solitary mountain where the shepherd's eyes did not reach. The keeper of Israel did not sleep. He watched, he guarded, he guided, even when the path seemed uncertain, even when the night grew thick and cold. He thought of all the miles he had walked, of every moment he had felt alone, of the fears that had whispered to him in dark places. And yet, always, the shepherd had watched. From the watchman's tower of heaven, from the heights of wisdom beyond comprehension, he had seen. Every step counted, every tear noticed, every silent plea heard. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. The traveller smiled faintly. How often had he feared the heat of day, the loneliness of night. Yet here he stood, preserved, sustained, watched over. The moon rose now, pale and serene, casting silver light across the land. Its glow softened the darkness, reminding him that even night was not forsaken. The shepherd was present in the cool shade of night as much as in the brightness of day. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. He spoke the final lines with a quiet reverence, a benediction over his own journey, a reminder that his life was held, protected, known. His coming and his going, each movement under the careful gaze of the shepherd, who neither slumbered nor overlooked. The wind stirred again, stronger this time, lifting his cloak and tossing his hair. It felt almost like a caress, a reminder that he was never truly alone in his ascent or descent, in his rising or resting. The watchman's tower stood as a symbol of that eternal vigilance, that promise that no step was taken without the shepherd's watchful eye. He remained at the top of the tower for a long while, watching the land under moonlight, stars wheeling slowly overhead. It was a vigil of his own, a time to see as the shepherd saw, the vastness of creation, the smallness of his own form within it, and yet the immeasurable love that held him close. Eventually, when the chill of night deepened, the traveller turned to descend, his steps careful on the winding stair. But he carried with him a new steadiness, a deeper assurance. The watchman's tower might stand here alone, high and apart, but the vision it granted would travel with him. As he stepped back onto the plain, the tower behind him silhouetted against the starlit sky, he whispered one last time, "The Lord will watch over my life, my coming and my going, both now and forevermore." And with that truth wrapped around him like a cloak, the traveller walked on into the night, his path bathed in moonlight, his heart guarded by the vigilant eyes of the shepherd who never sleeps. Night deepened as the traveller continued on from the watchman's tower. The moon had climbed high, casting its silver glow across the plains and hills, transforming the landscape into a world of quiet contrasts, dark and light, shadow and gleam. The stars multiplied above, scattered across the sky like countless watchful eyes, steady and ancient. The air had grown cooler still, crisp and filled with the quiet hum of nocturnal life, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures through the underbrush, the soft, rhythmic pulse of crickets hidden in the grass. The path before him remained faintly visible in the moonlight, but his steps had slowed. The day had been long, his body fatigued, and the peaceful quiet of night pressed gently against his mind, coaxing him to rest. Though his heart was steady and his spirit strong from all he had seen and learned, his mortal frame demanded its due. Weariness clung to his muscles like a heavy garment, and his eyelids grew heavy with each step. Soon he reached a small grove where tall trees encircled a clearing, their trunks rising like pillars, their branches intertwined high overhead. The moonlight filtered down through gaps in the foliage, painting the ground in soft pools of light and shadow. It was a natural sanctuary, a place that seemed untouched by fear or strife, a haven meant for weary souls seeking refuge. In the centre of the grove lay a patch of soft grass, inviting as a bed carefully made by unseen hands. The traveller stepped into the clearing, sensing its quiet welcome, and knelt down. He removed his cloak and spread it across the grass, smoothing it with care, before lowering himself upon it with a sigh of relief. The earth was cool beneath him, but the air was gentle, the kind that cradles rather than chills. He lay on his back, gazing up through the lattice of branches at the vast, star-strewn sky. The brilliance of the heavens seemed even sharper from this pocket of stillness, each star a silent guardian keeping watch. Lying there, the traveller recalled the words of the psalmist that had often been his comfort when darkness fell. "In peace I will lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety." He whispered the words aloud, letting them settle over him like a blanket. Peace. Not merely the absence of danger, but the deep assurance that he was held, watched, protected. The shepherd was near. He had been near on the heights, near in the valley, near at the tower, and he was near now in the secluded grove. The traveller closed his eyes, his breathing slowing, but his mind remained awake a little longer, reflecting on the day. The paths he had climbed, the visions he had seen, the truths that had taken deeper root in his soul. He thought of the shepherd, ever present, silent yet speaking, in every whisper of wind, every beam of light, every quiet shadow. He thought of the watchman's tower, standing steadfast against the night, a reminder that someone always watched, that his life was under vigilant care. As sleep approached, his mind wandered to other words from the Psalms. I lay down and slept. I woke again, for the Lord sustained me. I will not be afraid of many thousands of people who have set themselves against me all around. He smiled faintly in the dark, comforted by the thought that no number of enemies, no encroaching night, no lurking shadow could undo the care of the shepherd. Even in sleep, that most vulnerable state, he was guarded. It was not his own watchfulness that preserved him, but the shepherd's. The keeper of his soul did not sleep. The wind stirred gently through the grove, rustling leaves high above. A lullaby carried on the breath of night. The trees swayed slightly, their creaking limbs murmuring soft conversation with the wind, while the crickets kept their steady rhythm like a heartbeat for the earth itself. The traveller's breathing slowed to match it, in and out, steady and peaceful. His mind began to drift, not into troubled dreams, but into the soft borderlands of sleep, where consciousness begins to dissolve, and the soul rests in trust. He felt as though he was being rocked, not by any movement of his own, but by the subtle sway of the world itself, the turning of the earth beneath the stars, the endless song of creation, continuing even while he slept. Just before surrendering fully to sleep, he whispered one final prayer, barely audible. Watch over me, shepherd of my soul. Let your peace be the last thought in my mind, and the first light in my heart when I wake. And with that, he drifted gently into slumber. Hours passed, the night deepening and then slowly retreating as the first faint hints of dawn began to touch the edges of the world. The stars dimmed gradually, surrendering their watch to the returning light. The wind quieted, the trees stood still, and a profound hush settled over the grove, as though all creation itself held its breath in reverence for the new day that was coming. The traveller stirred with the earliest light, his body refreshed, his mind clear. The peace he had carried into sleep remained with him upon waking, a quiet strength, a deep well of assurance. He sat up slowly, the cloak beneath him slightly damp with dew, but the air was still mild and welcoming. A soft glow filled the grove as the sun stretched its first rays through the trees. He smiled, his first breath of the morning infused with gratitude. He felt sustained, watched over, gently guarded by the shepherd who had neither slumbered nor slept. He recalled the promise, "I woke again, for the Lord sustained me." Rising to his feet, he folded his cloak and slung it over his shoulders once more. The grove, which had cradled him through the night, now stood bright and full of promise, the morning light transforming the once shadowed place into a sanctuary of gold and green. He looked up once more at the sky, now pale and clear, and whispered, "Thank you for the peace of night, and for the gift of waking. Let me walk today in the same peace that held me while I slept." With renewed strength, the traveller stepped out of the grove, his path once again before him. He carried the peace of the night within him, like a lamp lit gently by the shepherd's hand, a flame that would guide him forwards, a promise that every night could end in peace, and every morning in gratitude. And so he journeyed on, beneath the warming sun, his soul steady, his steps sure, each one a continuation of the quiet rest that the shepherd had so faithfully given. The traveller emerged from the grove, his body refreshed, and his spirit nourished by the deep peace of the night before. The morning was soft and bright, the sky a gentle blue, with wisps of cloud drifting lazily across the heavens. The sun climbed steadily, but not harshly, spreading warmth that mingled with the freshness of morning dew still clinging to the grass and leaves. The air was filled with the light chatter of birds, each call and response forming a natural chorus that seemed to welcome the new day. As he walked, the landscape began to change once more. The forest thinned gradually, giving way to open meadows dotted with wildflowers. Brilliant yellows, deep purples, and delicate whites swayed gently with the breeze. In the distance, the sound of laughter floated on the air, faint but unmistakable. Intrigued, the traveller pressed on, his pace quickening, eager to discover the source of this unexpected joy. Soon he crested a small hill and saw below him a scene that filled his heart with gladness. A gathering of people in a large open field, gathered around lanterns strung between wooden posts, their lights still glowing faintly in the retreating shadows of morning. Banners of bright colours waved gently in the breeze, and the air was alive with music, flutes, lyres, and drums blending in a melody both jubilant and reverent. It was a festival, a gathering of souls who had come together to celebrate, to give thanks, to rejoice. The traveller descended the hill slowly, taking in the sight. People of all ages were there, children running and laughing, their delighted squeals rising above the music, elders sitting on carved benches, their eyes gleaming with the wisdom of years, families sharing food and stories, their faces alight with love and familiarity. At the centre of the festival stood a large wooden gate adorned with garlands of flowers and ivy. Inscribed above the gate, in letters both bold and elegant, were words from the Psalms. "Enter his gates with thanksgiving, and his courts with praise." The traveller smiled, his heart quickening. He remembered this psalm well, having sung it in quieter moments on his journey. Yet here it was made manifest, not just words, but a living reality. The people passed through the gate with laughter and song, their steps light, their faces turned upward, as if they could see the shepherd himself waiting to greet them. He approached the gate, his own feet eager yet reverent. As he passed beneath the archway, a woman with silver hair and kind eyes greeted him with a gentle nod. She held a tray filled with small cups of honeyed wine, and without a word, she offered one to him. He accepted it with gratitude, the liquid gold and fragrant. He sipped it slowly, the sweetness spreading warmth through his chest, a reminder of the shepherd's blessings, rich, abundant, freely given. Beyond the gate, the festival unfolded in joyful abundance. Musicians played beneath a great oak tree, their instruments crafted with care, and played with skill that spoke of both practice and passion. Dancers moved in circles, their steps intricate yet light, their movements telling stories older than memory, stories of creation, of deliverance, of joy born from sorrow. The traveller watched, his feet tapping unconsciously to the rhythm, his heart swelling with the desire to join. He remembered his own journey, the valleys he had crossed, the shadows he had faced, and the peace he had found beneath the shepherd's watch. This festival, this gathering of joy, was not foreign to him. It was his story too. Unable to resist, he stepped into the circle of dancers. At first his steps were hesitant, unsure, but the others smiled, their hands reaching out to guide him, to welcome him. Soon his movements found the rhythm, his feet learning the patterns, his body remembering the language of joy. He laughed aloud, his voice mixing with the others, the sound clear and unburdened. Time lost meaning in that circle of dance and music. The sun climbed higher, casting light that made the banners shimmer and the wildflowers glow. The air was filled with the aroma of fresh baked bread, roasted meats, and sweet fruits laid out on long tables for any to share. Laughter rang like bells, and stories flowed as easily as the wine. When the music paused, a hush fell over the gathering. An elder, tall and broad-shouldered, with a voice deep and resonant, stepped into the centre of the circle. He raised his hands, and all eyes turned to him. In the stillness that followed, he began to recite, his voice like the steady flow of a river. Make a joyful noise to the Lord, all the earth. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come into his presence with singing. Know that the Lord, he is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people, and the sheep of his pasture. The crowd responded with a collective hum of agreement, their faces reflecting reverence and delight. The elder continued, Enter his gates with thanksgiving, and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him, bless his name, for the Lord is good. His steadfast love endures forever, and his faithfulness to all generations. When he finished, the crowd erupted in applause, not for the elder, but for the truth of the words, for the goodness of the shepherd who watched over them all. The traveller stood with tears in his eyes, the familiar words now alive with new depth. He had spoken them before, but now he felt them, in the laughter of children, in the music of flutes, in the shared meals, in the dance of feet upon the earth. He was not merely a wanderer passing through a foreign festival. He was home among kindred souls, fellow travellers who knew the valleys and the heights, the storms and the peace, the nights of sorrow and the mornings of joy. Each had their story, yet all shared the same shepherd, the same songs, the same hope. As night approached, lanterns were lit again, casting a golden glow over the gathering. The music softened, turning from lively dances to gentle melodies that seemed to cradle the night itself. The traveller sat by the fire, listening to stories told by those who had seen many seasons. They spoke of deliverance, of provision, of the faithfulness of the shepherd who had led them through dangers unseen and mercies uncountable. One elder spoke softly, his eyes reflecting the firelight. We dance because we remember. We sing because we hope. We feast because we know that goodness and mercy follow us every day of our lives. The traveller nodded, understanding now more deeply than ever. The festival was not a fleeting joy, but a reflection of an eternal truth. That gratitude and praise are the language of the soul that remembers the shepherd's love. When the last song was sung and the final story told, the traveller lay upon the grass, gazing up at the starlit sky. He whispered into the quiet night, "Thank you, shepherd of my soul, for the gift of this joy. Let my heart never forget to sing. Let my feet never forget to dance. Let my mouth never forget to give thanks." And with that prayer resting in his heart, he closed his eyes, the echoes of music and laughter lulling him into peaceful sleep under the watchful gaze of the stars, knowing that the shepherd's steadfast love endures in every song, in every season, forevermore. Morning returned with a soft glow, the sky slowly blooming with hues of pink and gold, as though the heavens themselves remembered the joy of the festival the night before and sought to honour it with light. The traveller awoke gently, the grass cool beneath him, the faint scent of wildflowers still clinging to the air. Around him, others stirred, some rising to stoke small fires for morning meals, others still resting, their faces peaceful in sleep, the laughter and music of the previous day lingering in their dreams. As he sat up, stretching the stiffness from his limbs, he noticed the stream nearby, its waters glimmering in the dawn light. It wound its way gently past the festival grounds, as if it too had attended the celebration, quietly present, steady and constant. The sound of its flowing was soft and soothing, a lullaby for the morning. The traveller made his way toward the stream, feeling the pull of its quiet invitation. When he reached its banks, he saw that the water was clearer than any he had ever seen. It flowed over smooth stones and through clusters of reeds, creating eddies and ripples that sparkled in the sunlight. The banks were lined with soft grass, and here and there grew trees with roots that dipped eagerly into the water, as though they drank directly from its endless supply. Beside the stream stood a small group of villagers, each with jars and cups, collecting water with a sense of reverence. Their faces reflected peace, but there was also something more, a radiance, a glow that seemed to emanate not just from their skin, but from within. They spoke softly to one another, their voices gentle and kind. The traveller approached, watching quietly, until one of the villagers noticed him and smiled warmly. She was an older woman, her hair silver, but her eyes bright as spring water. "You are welcome here," she said kindly. "Come, drink. This stream heals and restores. Its waters are the shepherd's gift." The traveller stepped closer, kneeling at the water's edge. He cupped his hands and dipped them into the stream, lifting the cool liquid to his lips. As he drank, the water slid down his throat like silk, refreshing, sweet, and invigorating. But more than that, he felt something stir within him, as though the water touched not only his body, but his soul. Weariness he hadn't known he carried slipped away. The aches in his muscles faded. His heart, steady but burdened with memories of the long road, felt lighter, as if the water itself washed away more than dust and sweat. The old woman watched him with a knowing smile. "You feel it," she said softly. "We all do. This stream is not like any other. It flows from the springs the shepherd himself has blessed." The traveller looked up, his eyes wide with wonder. "What is this place?" "This is the healing stream," she answered. "Long ago, when the shepherd walked these hills, he touched the earth here, and the spring burst forth. Since then, the water has never stopped flowing. Any who drink with a humble heart are refreshed. Many come with wounds, of the body, yes, but also of the heart, the mind, the spirit, and the water knows. It heals what needs mending." Others nodded around her. One man rolled up his sleeve, revealing an old scar that shimmered faintly, pale against his dark skin. "I came with bitterness," he said quietly. "With anger I could not cast off. I drank here, and though the scar remains, the bitterness was drawn out." Another woman spoke, her voice soft yet strong. "My heart was heavy with grief. Loss had built walls around me, walls I thought would never fall. But the water taught me that the shepherd grieves with us, and in his grief there is healing." The traveller listened, awe growing within him. He dipped his hands again, splashing the water onto his face, feeling its cool touch revive not just his body, but his hope, his gratitude, his sense of belonging in a world both broken and beautiful. He sat back, gazing at the stream, its gentle current speaking of constancy, of grace that flows without ceasing. The old woman sat beside him, her eyes on the water. "We tend the stream," she said. "We keep its banks clear, ensure that others can find their way here. But we do not control it. We do not own it. The shepherd's gift belongs to all." The traveller thought deeply on her words. A stream cannot be possessed. It can only be received, enjoyed, shared. He looked at the villagers, their peaceful faces, their laughter soft like wind through leaves. These were people who lived by the stream, not just physically, but spiritually. They had learned to live in the presence of healing, to remain close to the source of renewal. He remembered the words of the psalm, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgives all your iniquity, who heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from the pit, who crowns you with steadfast love and mercy, who satisfies you with good, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles." He whispered them aloud, letting them blend with the sound of the stream. The old woman smiled again. "The words of David," she said softly. "They are true. every word. The traveller closed his eyes, listening to the water's murmur, and for a moment he imagined the shepherd standing here, staff in hand, watching over the stream, inviting all to come and drink freely. There was no cost, no price, no test of worthiness, only the requirement of need, of humility, of willingness to receive. He opened his eyes and looked again at the water, understanding that though the road ahead still waited, though valleys and shadows would return, he now carried within him the memory of this stream, the promise of healing, the certainty that the shepherd provided refreshment for the soul. Whenever he felt wearied again, whenever his spirit ached, he would remember the taste of this water, the way it touched places within him no hand could reach. As the morning advanced, the traveller stood, his strength renewed, his mind clear. The villagers nodded their farewells, some offering him fruit and bread for the journey ahead. The old woman pressed a small vial into his hand, a tiny flask filled with the clear water of the stream. For the days when you feel far from here, she said, let it remind you, the shepherd's healing is never far, never beyond reach. He thanked her deeply, placing the vial carefully in his satchel, and with one last look at the stream, ever flowing, ever alive, he set his feet back on the path. His steps were sure, his heart light, the memory of the healing stream flowing with him, an inner current of hope that would carry him forward. And though he left the waters behind, he knew their gift travelled with him, a promise that wherever he went, the shepherd's mercy, like the stream, would find him again. The traveller walked on, his body refreshed by the healing stream, his mind clearer than it had been in many days. The vial of water the elder woman had given him rested securely in his satchel, its presence like a quiet, steady heartbeat against his side. Each step he took felt purposeful, as though the earth itself remembered his feet and welcomed his passage. The morning sun continued its ascent, golden light spilling generously over the hills and valleys before him. As the path carried him higher, the terrain began to shift. The open meadows gave way to steeper inclines, the grasses thinning and giving place to rocky soil and clusters of wild shrubs that clung stubbornly to the slopes. Every now and then, a gust of wind swept down from the heights above, carrying with it a crispness that hinted at higher, cooler places yet to come. The traveller pressed onward, his breath deepening with exertion, but his spirit alight with expectation. Eventually, the path straightened and widened slightly, leading to a series of ancient stone steps carved directly into the hillside. They climbed steadily, switchbacking across the slope, leading the eye and the body upward toward a place unseen. Along the sides of the steps, cairns of stone stood, carefully stacked by countless hands over generations. Each marker bore signs of age, weathered surfaces, moss, and the occasional small carving, symbols of gratitude, names, prayers etched in quiet reverence. It was clear that many had made this ascent before him, and each had left behind some sign of their passage, a testament to the journey. The traveller climbed, each step deliberate, his legs burning slightly, but his heart lifting with each elevation. As he climbed, his mind turned again to the Psalms, particularly those sung by pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem, the songs of ascents. The words surfaced naturally, like an old melody remembered by the heart more than the mind. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. The rhythm of the psalm matched the rhythm of his steps, each word aligning with the beat of his heart, steady and sure. With each verse, he felt himself drawing not just physically higher, but spiritually closer to the one who had set his path before him. At length, the steps ended, giving way to a broad plateau. From here, the traveller could see far and wide, the valleys he had crossed, the forests and meadows that now seemed like soft patches of green and gold below. The sun was near its zenith, bathing everything in a warm, encompassing light that seemed to soften every shadow. But it was not the view that captured his attention. At the centre of the plateau stood a circle of great standing stones, ancient and solemn, arranged with such precision that they seemed to have been placed by hands not only skilled, but wise. In the centre of the circle stood a tall, singular stone, taller than the rest, its surface smoother, almost polished, catching the sunlight and reflecting it faintly. Approaching, the traveller saw that the stones bore inscriptions, not all in languages he could understand, but some familiar, verses from the Psalms, prayers of ascent, praises carved deep into the stone to withstand wind and rain. The circle was a place of remembrance, of honouring the long journey, of celebrating the ascent itself. He stepped into the circle, the ground beneath him flat and worn, as if countless feet had stood in this very place. There was a stillness here, but not of emptiness. It was a waiting stillness, as though the stones themselves remembered every song, every prayer, every tear shed here. The traveller stood before the central stone and reached out, placing his palm against its warm surface. He felt a pulse beneath his hand, not of the stone, but of something deeper, a resonance of all who had come before, all who had lifted their eyes to the hills and found help, found strength, found the shepherd who watched over them. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Those who trust in the Lord are like Mount Zion, which cannot be moved, but abides forever. As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so the Lord surrounds his people, from this time forth and forevermore." The wind stirred as he spoke, not fiercely, but as a gentle breath moving through the circle, as if the very air carried his words upward. He remained still, eyes closed, listening to the wind, to the silence, to the voice of the stones that seemed to echo the prayers of ages past. After a time, he opened his eyes and stepped back, seating himself on one of the lower stones that formed a natural bench. He looked again over the lands below and thought of his own journey. The shadows and storms, the healing stream, the songs of joy, the peace of night. Every step had been an ascent, even when the path had seemed to descend, for each part of the journey had drawn him closer to the shepherd's heart. As he rested, others began to arrive, travellers of all ages and backgrounds, their garments dusty from the climb, their faces shining with anticipation. They moved with reverence into the circle, some standing in silent awe, others kneeling to pray, others softly singing psalms. Their voices, though many, harmonized gently, creating a living tapestry of praise that wove itself into the air, mingling with the wind. A group of pilgrims gathered near the central stone, lifting their voices together in one of the songs of ascents. When the Lord restored the fortunes of Zion, we were like those who dream. Then our mouth was filled with laughter, and our tongue with shouts of joy. Then they said among the nations, "The Lord has done great things for them. The Lord has done great things for us. We are glad." The traveller listened, his heart swelling with the same joy. The ascent was not just a physical journey, but a spiritual one. Each step a shedding of burdens, each elevation a clearer vision of the shepherd's faithfulness. The stones stood as silent witnesses, but the songs gave voice to what the heart could barely contain. As the sun reached its peak, the singing quieted, replaced by a serene hush that spoke of contentment, of fulfillment. Some pilgrims shared food, others embraced, tears of joy and relief in their eyes. The traveller sat quietly, absorbing the peace, the unity, the sacredness of the place. When he finally rose to continue his journey, he felt taller somehow. His soul stretched by the ascent. His vision broadened. He stepped out of the circle, back onto the path that now began to descend the opposite side of the plateau. The wind whispered at his back, as though blessing his steps, as though carrying the songs of ascent with him. As he walked down, the words of another psalm accompanied him. "Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. He who goes out weeping, bearing the seed for sowing, shall come home with shouts of joy, bringing his sheaves with him." With each he knew he carried not just his own story, but the collective song of all who had made the ascent. A song of deliverance, of gratitude, of joy that awaited beyond every valley, beyond every shadow. And so he journeyed on, his heart singing quietly with each step, the memory of the high place alive within him, a beacon of hope for the roads still to come. The traveller continued his descent from the high plateau, where the ancient stones stood in silent testament to generations of pilgrims who had passed before him. The songs of ascent still echoed faintly in his ears, as if the very air retained the voices of the faithful. The path wound gently down through hills bathed in late afternoon light, the sun casting long shadows that reached across the land like the hands of time itself, stretching from past to present. As he walked, the landscape changed again. The grasses grew shorter, the earth drier, and the air carried a deeper warmth that hinted of the plains beyond the hills. It was a place both open and exposed, where the sky seemed vast and infinite above, stretching without boundary. The wind was stronger here, steady and insistent, as though it had a message to deliver but spoke in a language only the heart could fully understand. The traveller's eyes scanned the horizon, and before long he saw it. A solitary stone rising from the earth, tall and imposing, yet shaped not by human hands, but by the slow, deliberate forces of nature. It stood alone in a wide, open expanse, as though it had been placed there with purpose, a marker in a land of transition. Intrigued, he made his way toward it. As he approached, he noticed that the stone was not untouched by humanity after all. Upon its face, etched deeply into the surface, were markings, ancient yet legible, enduring despite the passage of countless seasons. He stepped closer, brushing his fingers lightly over the carvings, feeling the grooves worn smooth by time and weather. At the centre of the stone was an inscription, written in a language he recognized from his studies of the Psalms. "I will not violate my covenant, or alter the word that went forth from my lips." The words resonated deeply within him, each one like a bell struck within his soul. He whispered them aloud, the wind carrying his voice into the open space, as if the land itself listened and remembered. He stood in silence, contemplating the significance of this solitary monument. The covenant, a binding promise, an unbreakable vow made by the shepherd to his people. The stone stood as a witness to that covenant, a reminder that what the shepherd spoke, he would fulfill. What he promised, he would keep. The traveller felt the weight of it, not a burden, but a profound reverence. This was no idle word inscribed in stone, it was a declaration of enduring faithfulness. He sat down at the base of the stone, seeking rest and reflection. The wind continued to move around him, sometimes soft, sometimes strong, always present. He thought of the covenant, the great and mysterious commitment of the shepherd to his flock. Long before the traveller was born, before any of the generations that had walked these paths, the covenant had been spoken. It was the shepherd's pledge, a promise of presence, protection, guidance, and love that would not falter, not even in the face of human frailty. The psalmist's words returned to him, spoken long ago, yet alive within his memory. I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to David my servant, I will establish your offspring forever, and build your throne for all generations. The traveller thought of David, the shepherd boy turned king, the poet of Israel, the one after God's own heart. David had been given the covenant, a promise that his line would endure, that his throne would never be forgotten. The traveller marvelled at the shepherd's faithfulness, for even through the rise and fall of kings, through the exile and return, through sorrow and restoration, the covenant had endured. His mind wandered to the covenant's deeper meaning, not just a promise to a king, but to all who walked in the ways of the shepherd. The covenant was not written merely on stone, but upon the hearts of those who believed, who followed, who trusted even when the path was obscured. He remembered another psalm, a reflection on the nature of this enduring promise. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love. He will not always chide, nor will he keep his anger forever. He does not deal with us according to our sins, nor repay us according to our iniquities. As the traveller whispered these words, he felt a warmth spread through his chest, a quiet assurance that the shepherd's covenant was not dependent on human perfection, but on divine mercy. The covenant was a shield against despair, a safeguard against the belief that failure could sever the bond between the shepherd and his sheep. The wind shifted, bringing with it the faint scent of distant rain, though the sky above remained clear. It was a reminder that seasons change, that storms come and go, yet the stone remained unmoved, like the covenant, standing firm against all elements, unyielding, unchanging. The traveller stood once more and walked slowly around the stone, observing the smaller inscriptions that encircled it. Names, dates, prayers carved by others who had come to this place seeking to remember, to honour, to align their lives with the unbreakable promise. He ran his fingers over a particularly old engraving, the letters worn but still discernible. He is faithful still. Those simple words anchored him. He thought of his own journey, the dangers faced, the fears confronted, the joys discovered, the healing embraced. Through it all, the shepherd had been faithful. Even when the traveller had doubted, even when he had faltered, the covenant had held fast. The shepherd had not let him go. Kneeling before the stone, he bowed his head in silent gratitude. He prayed, not for new blessings, but in thanks for the promise already given, for a covenant that could not be undone by time, distance, or weakness. His heart echoed a simple plea. Help me to remember, when the path grows dark, when my heart grows faint, help me to remember your covenant, as unyielding as this stone, as enduring as your love. The wind seemed to answer, a gentle breeze caressing his face, as if the shepherd himself had passed by, unseen yet unmistakable. As the sun began its slow descent toward the western horizon, the traveller stood, renewed by the quiet strength of the stone and the covenant it represented. He pressed his hand once more to the inscription, tracing the words, committing them to memory, to heart. I will not violate my covenant, or alter the word that went forth from my lips. With that, he turned back to the path, his steps sure, his spirit steady. The stone stood behind him, a sentinel watching over the land, a reminder for all who passed that promises made by the shepherd would never be broken. And though the traveller walked onward, the truth of the covenant walked with him, a silent companion, an unshakable certainty that the shepherd was faithful still, and always would be. The sun began its slow descent toward the horizon as the traveller pressed forward, leaving the great covenant stone behind him. Yet even as the distance grew, he could still feel the weight and strength of it resting within his heart, like an anchor that would hold him steady through whatever paths still awaited. The memory of the inscription, I will not violate my covenant, or alter the word that went forth from my lips, was a refrain now pulsing within his spirit, a quiet echo that accompanied his steps. The land began to change again. The wide, open plains gave way to rolling hills scattered with ancient olive trees, their gnarled trunks twisted yet resilient, as if each bore the history of countless generations within their weathered bark. The wind, which had carried the scents of distant rain earlier, now grew fragrant with the earthy aroma of these trees, and the faint sweetness of wild herbs that blanketed the ground beneath them. Shadows stretched long across the landscape, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in dappled gold. The traveller moved among the trees, their presence comforting, their silent watchfulness a balm against the gathering dusk. It was here, among the olive groves, that he heard it, faint at first, like a distant hum carried on the breeze. He paused, turning his ear toward the sound. As he listened, the hum resolved into a melody, low and rich, not unlike the sound of a psalm being sung in a deep, resonant voice. He followed the sound, weaving between the trees until he reached a small clearing. In its centre stood a man, cloaked in simple garments, seated upon a large stone. His head was bowed, his hands resting upon his knees, and from his lips flowed a continuous song, a psalm of remembrance, rich with ancient cadence. The man's voice was neither strained nor performative. It was the voice of one who sang not for an audience, but for the one who listens in silence and presence. The traveller stood quietly at the edge of the clearing, listening. The words of the psalm became clearer. Your steadfast love, O Lord, extends to the heavens, your faithfulness to the clouds. Your righteousness is like the mountains of God. Your judgments are like the great deep. Man and beast you save, O Lord. The melody carried the weight of awe and the tenderness of devotion. The traveller felt his heart respond, each word awakening within him a reverence he had not realised was lying dormant. When the singer reached the final lines, he raised his head, his eyes, dark and bright, catching the last light of the setting sun. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light do we see light. Silence followed, deep and sacred. The man remained still, his gaze meeting the traveller's with a quiet welcome. The traveller stepped forward, his voice gentle. I heard your song from the grove. It carried far. The man smiled, lines of age and wisdom creasing around his eyes. The psalms carry farther than any of us know. They find hearts ready to hear, no matter how distant. The traveller sat down on a nearby stone, facing the man. Your words, they stirred something within me. I have walked many paths, seen many places, yet those words felt like home. Because they are, the man replied softly. The Psalms are the language of the soul longing for its shepherd. They remind us who we are, who he is, and how the two are forever bound together. The traveller nodded slowly. I have seen his covenant marked in stone. I have felt his healing in water. But I fear that my heart forgets. I remember for a time, but the road grows long, and my memory falters. The man's eyes softened with understanding. It is the burden of every traveller. The soul remembers, but the mind is fragile, easily swayed by weariness and distraction. That is why we sing. The Psalms are not just prayers. They are pathways back to remembrance. Every verse is a step returning us to the truth. The traveller looked at the darkening sky, where the first stars now began to blink into view. Sing them with me, he asked quietly. Teach me to remember. The man nodded, his voice steady and kind. Then let us begin again. And so they sang. Together their voices rose into the night, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in alternating cadence. They sang of the shepherd's faithfulness, of his justice like the mighty mountains, his mercy like the endless sky. They sang of the heart that cries in despair, and the heart that rejoices in deliverance. They sang of valleys shadowed with death and tables prepared in the presence of enemies. Each psalm was a map, a guide for the soul tracing its way home. As the night deepened, the grove became a sanctuary lit by the pale light of stars and moon. The traveller felt his spirit fortified, not just by the words, but by the companionship of another who understood the need to remember, to rehearse the promises of God until they became as natural as breath. At last, their singing ceased, replaced by the stillness of the night, vast and embracing. The man stood, stretching his limbs. You have walked far, he said. Rest here tonight. The olive trees are good company, and the ground is kind. The traveller smiled, gratitude filling his chest. Thank you for your song, for your reminder. The man laid a hand briefly on his shoulder, his touch warm and affirming. When you continue your journey, sing the psalms, speak them aloud, let them fill the air around you and the chambers of your heart. The shepherd listens, and so does your soul. With that, the man stepped quietly back into the trees, his form soon blending with the shadows, leaving the traveller alone, yet not lonely. The traveller laid back on the earth, his eyes fixed on the tapestry of stars. The words of the Psalms danced in his mind. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light do we see light. He whispered them into the night, feeling their truth settle deep within him. The stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if in response, each one a silent witness to the covenant, the mercy, the everlasting faithfulness of the shepherd. And as sleep took him, his heart was light, his soul refreshed, the memory of song alive within him, a wellspring of light that would not fade with the night, but rise again with the dawn. The traveller awoke with the first pale light of dawn stretching across the sky, painting the world in gentle shades of blue and rose. He lay still for a while, his body warmed by the earth beneath him, his mind quietly savouring the echoes of the night before. The songs sung with the solitary psalmist still stirred within him, each melody threading through his thoughts like a cord of light woven through the fabric of his soul. Above him, the olive branches swayed gently in the early morning breeze, their silvery leaves catching the light like small mirrors reflecting the sun's approach. The grove was peaceful, still wrapped in the hush of morning, as though the very trees understood the sacredness of this in-between hour, no longer night, not yet fully day. Slowly, the traveller sat up, stretching his limbs, the coolness of dawn air brushing against his skin. He looked around, but the psalmist from the night before was nowhere in sight. Only faint traces of his presence remained, a few footprints in the soil, the lingering memory of his voice. Yet the traveller did not feel abandoned. Instead, he felt as though the man's departure was a quiet benediction, a trust that the traveller now carried the songs himself, no longer needing a guide to sing them. He rose to his feet and gathered his belongings, the small vial of healing water still secure in his satchel, its weight a gentle reminder of grace received. As he stood there, he thought of the path ahead. The journey was not yet done. Valleys, hills, and perhaps more storms awaited, but the traveller felt steadier now, his heart anchored by the Psalms, by the covenant, by the memory of healing. Before leaving the grove, he knelt beside the trunk of the oldest olive tree, its base broad and ancient, its roots gnarled and exposed in places like the hands of an elder holding the earth itself. He placed his hand upon its bark, rough yet warm from the life within, and offered a quiet prayer. Let me remember, shepherd of my soul, let every step be a verse, every breath a psalm, every trial an echo of your faithfulness. Rising with renewed resolve, he stepped onto the path once more, the sun now cresting the horizon, flooding the sky with gold. The landscape beyond the grove opened into gentle hills blanketed with wildflowers that stretched far into the distance. The wind carried the scent of thyme and lavender, mingling with the freshness of morning dew. As the traveller walked, he began to hum softly, the psalms forming again on his lips, a quiet liturgy to accompany his steps. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. The words steadied his heart, and with each verse, his pace grew more confident, his stride purposeful. The path curved gently, revealing vistas that seemed to open like pages in a great book, each scene a reminder of the shepherd's artistry. Valleys carved with gentle streams, hills adorned with trees standing like sentinels, birds wheeling gracefully through the open sky. After some hours, the traveller reached a broad plain where the path divided. A stone marker stood at the fork, its surface worn but still legible, with an inscription etched deep. "This is the way. Walk in it when you turn to the right, or when you turn to the left." The words came from the prophet, but the traveller knew them to be the shepherd's voice, a reminder that guidance was ever near. He stood a moment, considering the two paths. One led downward into a shaded valley, the other upward along a ridge that offered a commanding view of the land. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, listening for the quiet leading of the shepherd. A memory stirred, the psalm that spoke of guidance. "I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you." Opening his eyes, he felt drawn to the higher path. His feet turned willingly, and he began the ascent, the air cooler and thinner as he climbed. With each step, he whispered lines from the Psalms, each one a lantern lighting his way. "Your word is a lamp to my feet, and a light to my path." The ridge grew steeper, the stones beneath his feet uneven, yet the traveller pressed on, buoyed by the steady rhythm of his prayers. When at last he reached the top, the view took his breath away. Before him spread a landscape vast and magnificent, mountains rising in the distance, their peaks veiled in mist, and valleys etched with rivers that shimmered in the sun like flowing silver. And then he saw it. Far off, nestled between the folds of distant hills, was a city. Its walls glinted faintly in the sun, and its towers rose like watchful sentries. Though small from this distance, the city radiated a quiet majesty, as though it was both ancient and new, a place where every stone bore the memory of countless stories. A city of peace, a city of promise. Jerusalem, the traveller's heart leapt within him. Though distant still, it stood, the goal of every pilgrim, the place where songs and prayers converged, where the shepherd's presence dwelled in a way both mysterious and intimate. He had read of it, dreamed of it, sung of it in the Psalms. Our feet have been standing within your gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem, built as a city, that is bound firmly together, to which the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, as was decreed for Israel, to give thanks to the name of the Lord. His eyes filled with tears, not of sadness, but of longing, the ache of one who has journeyed long and finally beholds his destination, even if still far away. The sight of the city gave his feet new strength, his heart new fire. He sat upon a large stone and took out the vial of healing water. He uncorked it carefully and took a small sip, the coolness reminding him that the shepherd's care was not confined to any one place, but flowed with him, within him. As he sat, he thought of the journey ahead. There were still miles to go, paths to navigate, unknowns to face. Yet the vision of the city on the horizon became his guiding star, a beacon that would draw him onward. He spoke aloud, his voice firm yet reverent. "Blessed are those whose strength is in you, in whose heart are the highways to Zion. As they go through the valley of Baca, they make it a place of springs. The early rain also covers it with pools. They go from strength to strength. Each one appears before God in Zion." The traveller smiled. His journey was far from over, but his heart was filled with the psalmist's hope, that every step forward was a step closer to the place where peace, presence and praise converged. With one last look at the city in the distance, he rose, tightened his satchel, and began the descent from the ridge. The path stretched before him, winding and mysterious, but now it carried the clarity of purpose, the certainty of destination. His voice lifted again in song, steady and bright, the psalms spilling from his lips like water flowing from a hidden spring. I was glad when they said to me, "Let us go to the house of the Lord." And with every step, the city grew nearer, not just in distance, but in promise. A promise as sure as the shepherd's covenant, as enduring as his faithfulness, as beautiful as the song that carried the traveller home. The traveller descended from the ridge slowly, each step measured not only by the terrain beneath his feet, but by the weight of wonder within his heart. The sight of the distant city, Jerusalem, the city of peace, had stirred in him a longing that felt both ancient and immediate. It was as though every step of his journey, every valley crossed, every storm endured, every song sung and tear shed, had all been leading to this singular vision shimmering on the horizon. Yet even as he moved forward, the city remained distant, a jewel set upon the hills, beckoning but not yet attained. The path ahead was still winding, dipping through lowlands and threading between smaller hills, some cloaked in trees, others bare and weathered by time. He pressed on, driven by the certainty that each step, though slow, was a sacred progression towards something promised long ago. Not merely a destination, but a fulfillment. As the sun climbed higher, the air grew warmer, and the landscape began to hum with life. Insects buzzed lazily in the grasses, birds called to one another from hidden perches, and occasionally a rabbit darted across the path, vanishing into thickets with effortless grace. The world felt alive, attentive, as if creation itself understood the significance of the journey underway. As he walked, the traveller found himself recalling the words of the psalm that had risen in his heart atop the ridge. I was glad when they said to me, "Let us go to the house of the Lord. Our feet have been standing within your gates, O Jerusalem." He repeated the verses under his breath, his voice soft but steady. Speaking them aloud was like building a bridge between the present and the promise, each word laying a stone beneath his feet. He could almost feel his feet standing within the gates, though the stones of the city streets were still far away. The path led him through a narrow valley where tall cliffs rose on either side, their faces craggy and imposing. Shadows lingered here, even under the midday sun, and the air carried a coolness that hinted at deep places unseen. The traveller felt a momentary chill, a reminder that not every part of the journey was easy or light-filled. Yet he pressed forward, recalling the psalmist's assurance. "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me." The words steadied him, each one like a lantern lighting the narrow way ahead. He walked on, the path twisting and turning, until at last the cliffs began to recede, the valley opening into rolling fields kissed by the afternoon sun. In the centre of one such field, he saw a shepherd tending his flock. The man stood tall and patient, his staff in hand, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon and the sheep that grazed peacefully around him. The sight stirred something tender within the traveller, a reflection of all the psalms, all the promises that spoke of the Lord as the shepherd, ever watchful, ever guiding. The traveller approached, and the shepherd, seeing him, raised a hand in greeting. There was a quiet strength in his gaze, a peace that seemed to flow from within him rather than his surroundings. "Peace to you, traveller," the shepherd said, his voice warm and calm. "You walk with purpose." The traveller smiled. "Peace to you as well. I journey toward the city I saw from the ridge, the city of peace." The shepherd nodded knowingly. Many set their hearts on that city. Some see it only from afar and turn back. Others lose their way in the valleys and never find their footing again. But the ones who keep the Psalms close, who let them shape their steps, they reach the gates. The traveller felt the truth of those words settle deep within him. The Psalms have been my companion, my guide, my strength. The shepherd gestured to his flock. As the shepherd leads his sheep, so do his words lead the soul. The way to the city is not only marked by stone and soil, it is marked by remembrance. The traveller nodded slowly. "Then let me not forget. Every word, every promise, I must remember." The shepherd's eyes twinkled. "Remember, too, that the city is not just at the journey's end. It grows nearer in every step of trust, in every act of obedience, in every song of praise." With that, the shepherd offered the traveller a small gift, a piece of bread, warm and fragrant, wrapped in cloth. "For strength on the way," he said, "and may you find the gates wide open when you arrive." The traveller accepted the gift with gratitude, bowing slightly. "Thank you, shepherd." He continued on, the bread in his satchel. It sent a reminder of provision, of care met in unexpected places. The path soon climbed again, rising steadily along a ridge from which the traveller could once more glimpse the city, now a little closer, a little clearer. The sun began its slow descent, painting the world in gold and amber, the city's walls catching the light like polished stone. As he walked, the traveller sang softly, "Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. May they be secure who love you. Peace be within your walls, and security within your towers. For my brothers' and companions' sake, I will say, peace be within you." The words lifted with the wind, carrying across the fields and hills. He imagined others, unseen yet journeying too, hearing the song carried on the breeze and remembering the same promise. Night approached, but the traveller was unafraid. The vision of the city anchored him, each star that emerged a lantern lighting his hope. He knew he would rest again under the open sky, but it would not be in despair or fatigue, it would be in anticipation. When at last he paused for the night, he made camp beneath a solitary tree. The stars gleamed above, and in the distance, faint but unwavering, the lights of the city still flickered on the horizon. He ate a piece of the bread given by the shepherd, its taste as nourishing to his soul as it was to his body. Lying back, he whispered into the night, "Peace be within your walls, O Jerusalem, and peace within my heart as I walk toward you." Sleep embraced him gently, and in his dreams the traveller saw the city gates open wide, bathed in light, with the sound of songs rising like a great river flowing toward the throne of the Shepherd King. And though he slept, his heart journeyed still, one step closer, one psalm deeper, one promise nearer to the city of peace. The traveller stirred from his sleep before the first light of dawn had yet broken across the horizon. He awoke, not with the heaviness of weariness, but with the quiet strength of anticipation. The stars still shimmered faintly in the sky, their brilliance fading ever so slowly in deference to the coming day. A gentle wind moved through the grass, whispering through the leaves of the solitary tree under which he had rested, as though nature itself was preparing for something significant. He sat up, stretching his limbs, and gazed into the distance. Far away, yet clearer now than ever before, the city still stood. Even in the dimness of pre-dawn, a faint glow seemed to hover over it, a halo of quiet majesty that refused to be swallowed by night. The traveller's heart stirred at the sight. The city called to him, not with shouts or commands, but with the steady, irresistible pull of home long yearned for, of promises yet fulfilled. He took a portion of the bread given to him by the shepherd, eating it slowly, savouring the sustenance and the kindness it represented. With each bite, his mind returned to the words he had spoken the night before. Peace be within your walls, O Jerusalem. They were not just a blessing for the city. They had become his own prayer, his own desire, for peace within his heart, peace within the journey, peace within the destination. As the horizon began to pale, the traveller rose, gathering his belongings and slinging his satchel across his shoulder. He stood facing the east, where the first blush of dawn now kissed the sky with soft hues of lavender and rose. The air was cool and pure, the kind of air that carries promise and possibility in every breath. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Guide me, shepherd. Let this day bring me closer, not only in distance, but in understanding. Let me see as you see." Then he stepped onto the path once more, his feet moving with quiet resolve. The land around him began to stir as well. Birds sang tentative songs from the thickets, as if testing the morning, and the grasses swayed as if stretching awake. The world seemed to know that today was not just another day of travel. It was a day of nearing. The path led the traveller into a valley cradled between gentle hills. The ground was soft beneath his feet, the way smooth and clear, and he walked with ease. As he did, he began to speak aloud the psalms he knew so well, letting them rise like prayers carried on the morning breeze. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. The words filled the air, his voice gaining strength as the sky brightened. With each verse, the traveller felt his heart align more closely with the one who had been his guide all along, the one whose presence had been his constant, even when he had not always perceived it. After some time, the valley opened into another ridge, and the traveller ascended with steady pace. When he reached the top, the view stretched wide and breathtaking. The city was closer now, its walls more distinct, its towers standing like watchful guardians. He could even make out the great gate, open and beckoning, though still distant enough to remind him that the journey was not yet complete. Yet something else caught his attention. Not far from the ridge was a garden, lush, verdant, alive with flowers of every colour, their petals vibrant against the green. A stream ran through its centre, clear and bright, its waters singing over stones smooth and worn. Olive trees stood within the garden, their branches heavy with fruit, their leaves shimmering silver in the morning light. Compelled by the beauty, the traveller stepped off the path and entered the garden. A hush seemed to settle over him, not of foreboding, but of reverence. It was as though the garden itself was a place of prayer, every leaf and stone a participant in a sacred dialogue. At the centre of the garden stood a figure, cloaked in simple robes, seated on a large stone. His head was bowed, his hands resting open upon his knees, palms facing upward in a gesture of surrender and openness. The traveller approached quietly, not wishing to disturb, but the figure lifted his head and smiled, his eyes kind and knowing. "Peace to you, traveller," the figure said, his voice gentle but resonant. "You have come far." "I have," the traveller replied, his voice low with awe. "And I am drawn yet further still." The figure nodded. "You approach the city, but before the gates there is always the garden. Here is where hearts are prepared for what lies within." The traveller frowned slightly. "I thought I was prepared. I have journeyed long, sung the psalms, remembered the covenant. Is there more I must do?" The figure's eyes shone with understanding. "There is always more to surrender. In the garden, the soul meets its shepherd not only as guide and protector, but as the one who gave everything for love." The traveller felt the truth of those words settle within him. He sat upon a nearby stone, facing the figure. "Teach me," he said simply. "Help me to surrender." And so the figure began to speak, not with formal teaching, but with stories. Stories of the shepherd who wept in a garden, burdened with the weight of the world, who prayed beneath olive trees with sweat like drops of blood, who faced sorrow not for his own sake, but for the sake of the flock he loved. He prayed, "Not my will, but yours be done," the figure said quietly. In the garden, surrender becomes the path to glory. The traveller closed his eyes, feeling the depth of those words. He thought of his own heart, the desires, the fears, the pride still clinging like thorns. He saw clearly that reaching the city was not merely about distance travelled, but about the surrender of the soul, the willingness to say, "Not my will, but yours." He knelt in the soft grass, bowing his head low. The air around him seemed to pulse with quiet power, as if the very ground remembered the shepherd's prayers. "Here, in this garden, I lay it down," the traveller whispered. "My will, my burdens, my pride, my fear. Shepherd of my soul, let your will be done in me." The figure smiled gently, standing to his feet. "Then you are ready to rise. The city awaits, but the garden must always come first. It is here that the heart is made ready to truly enter." The traveller stood, his knees damp from the grass, his spirit lighter, freer. He looked again toward the city, its gates radiant in the full light of morning. The path was clear, the way open. "Go with peace," the figure said, "and remember, the shepherd walks with those who surrender and leads them into joy." The traveller bowed in gratitude, then stepped back onto the path. His steps were no longer driven by mere longing. They were now guided by surrender, by trust that the shepherd's will would carry him all the way to the gates. As he walked, the city grew nearer, its walls gleaming, its towers tall and sure. But within his heart, another garden bloomed, the garden of surrender, where the soul meets its shepherd face to face, and where every step beyond is a step deeper into peace, into love, into the presence that had been with him all along. And so he journeyed on, the psalms still on his lips, but now with a heart made ready, not only to enter the city of peace, but to dwell there forever in the shadow of the shepherd's unfailing love. The traveller emerged from the garden with the morning sun fully risen, casting the world in a brilliant light that seemed to touch everything with renewed life. The grass shimmered with dew, each droplet a tiny prism catching the sun's glow. The air felt different now, lighter, fresher, as though the very act of surrender in the garden had cleansed not just the traveller's heart, but the very air he breathed. His steps carried him forward with new strength, though it was not merely the strength of the body, but a quiet power rooted in peace. He knew now that the greatest burdens he carried were not the weight of his satchel or the length of the path, but the unseen weights of pride, fear, and self-will. And in the garden, beneath the shade of ancient olive trees, he had left them behind. What remained was a heart open and unresisting, ready to follow wherever the shepherd would lead. The road before him curved gently, climbing a final hill. The traveller moved steadily, his breath even, his mind clear. Each step was deliberate, but unburdened by urgency or strain. He no longer raced toward the city out of desperation or longing, but walked with the confidence of one who knew that the gates would open in their appointed time. As he climbed, the landscape began to shift once again. The wildness of the fields gave way to cultivated vineyards and orchards, their rows orderly and fruitful. Vines, heavy with grapes, hung in abundance, their dark clusters a sign of harvest nearing completion. Trees bore ripening figs and olives, their branches bending slightly under the weight of their produce. The air was sweet with the mingled scent of fruit and earth, of growth and promise. Workers moved through the vineyards, tending the vines with practiced hands. Some pruned carefully, removing leaves that blocked the sun. Others gathered clusters of grapes into woven baskets. Their faces were marked by sun and labour, yet they worked with joy, their voices lifting occasionally in song. Simple melodies that celebrated the bounty of the land and the faithfulness of the one who gave the increase. The traveller watched them, his heart stirred by the sight. He remembered the words of a psalm: "You visit the earth and water it. You greatly enrich it. The river of God is full of water. You provide their grain, for so you have prepared it. You water its furrows abundantly, settling its ridges, softening it with showers, and blessing its growth." He spoke the words softly, as if adding his voice to the worker's song, a quiet harmony to the symphony of labour and harvest. Each vine, each tree stood as a testament to care and patience, to the unseen labour that bore fruit in its season. One of the workers noticed the traveller and approached, his face weathered but kind. He carried a basket overflowing with grapes, their dark skins glistening in the sun. "You travel toward the city," the man said, more as an observation than a question. "I do," the traveller replied. "It has called to me from the beginning." The worker nodded knowingly. Every traveller must pass through the fields of harvest before reaching the gates. It is here that you see the fruit of what was planted long before. The traveller looked around, taking in the ordered rows, the steady rhythm of labour, the richness of the vines. "It is beautiful," he said softly. "It is the work of the shepherd," the worker said. He is not only the guide of souls, but the Lord of the harvest. Each vine, each tree, each sheaf of grain, none of it grows apart from his care, and neither do we. The traveller considered this, understanding dawning within him. The journey had been about more than just reaching the city. It had been about being shaped, cultivated, pruned like the vines before him. The trials, the songs, the surrender, each was a season of growth, preparing his soul to bear fruit that would endure. The worker smiled and reached into his basket, offering a cluster of grapes. Eat and be strengthened. The harvest is a gift, freely given. The traveller accepted gratefully, the grapes sweet and bursting with juice, their flavour both refreshing and deeply satisfying. As he ate, he felt the nourishment seep into his bones, a quiet strength renewing him. "Thank you," the traveller said, "not just for the fruit, but for the reminder." The worker chuckled gently. "Remember this, the city you seek is not only a place, but a people, a vineyard tended by the shepherd himself. Every soul that enters carries the fruit of the journey, to be shared within the walls." The traveller nodded, the truth settling deeply within him. He offered his thanks and continued on, the taste of the harvest still on his tongue, its sweetness lingering. The path led him onward, and soon the vineyards gave way to groves of tall cedars and cypresses, their towering forms reaching skyward as if in constant praise. The air here was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of resin and earth, a cathedral of living wood. The sunlight filtered through the high branches, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced with every breeze. As he walked, the traveller found himself singing again, the psalms rising naturally from his heart. Those who are planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bear fruit in old age. They shall be fresh and flourishing, to declare that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. The grove seemed to resonate with the song, the leaves whispering in agreement, the trunks standing firm as silent witnesses to the enduring faithfulness of the shepherd. Finally, the path began to ascend once more, climbing a gentle slope that revealed, at its crest, the walls of the city in full majesty. The gates stood open, tall and wide, their surface adorned with carvings of vines, rivers, and flocks, images that told the story of the shepherd and his people, of journey and homecoming, of covenant and peace. The traveller stood at the top of the hill, his breath caught in his chest. The city was not just stone and mortar, but light and song, life and welcome. He could hear music drifting from within, voices lifted in psalms of thanksgiving, instruments joining in joyous harmony. Tears filled his eyes, not of sorrow, but of fulfillment, of a longing now met with sight. He whispered, "Open to me the gates of righteousness, that I may enter through them, and give thanks to the Lord. This is the gate of the Lord. The righteous shall enter through it." And with his heart full and his spirit unburdened, the traveller stepped forward, his feet firm, his soul ready. The gate stood open, not because of his worth, but because of the shepherd's invitation, extended to all who journeyed, who surrendered, who grew, who sang, who believed. He crossed the threshold, the psalms of his journey now joining the eternal song within the city. a melody of peace, of joy, of home at last. The traveller stood at the threshold of the great gates, his heart pounding in his chest. The city lay before him, bathed in golden light, its walls gleaming like burnished bronze beneath the morning sun. The gates themselves were adorned with intricate carvings, vines curling around olive branches, lambs resting beside lions, rivers flowing between trees that bore fruit in every season. The craftsmanship was unlike anything he had seen in all his days of wandering, as though the very stone had been shaped by the hands of heaven. Above the arch of the gate, words were etched in letters, large and enduring. Enter his gates with thanksgiving, and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him, bless his name. The traveller's lips moved of their own accord, repeating the familiar psalm, his voice trembling with reverence and awe. This was no ordinary gate, no mere entrance into a city of stone and markets, but a passage into the heart of promise, the fulfillment of every yearning his soul had carried through the valleys, the shadows, the songs, and the seasons of his pilgrimage. As he stepped through the gate, a wave of peace washed over him, not as a fleeting feeling, but as a deep, abiding presence that settled into his very bones. It was as though the city itself breathed with life, and every breath he took was in harmony with it. The streets were paved with smooth stones, each one fitting perfectly with the next, creating a path that felt both ancient and eternal. The traveller paused just inside the gates, his eyes wide with wonder. The city stretched before him, but it was not crowded or noisy. It was alive with a sacred energy, a place where beauty and peace coexisted in every corner. Towering trees lined the avenues, their leaves vibrant and lush, providing shade without darkness. Their branches filled with birds whose songs formed a living symphony of praise. People walked the streets, yet there was no haste, no rush. Their faces shone with the calm joy of those who knew they belonged, each one moving with purpose but without urgency. Some carried baskets filled with fruit or loaves of fresh bread. Others played instruments, harps, lyres, flutes, filling the air with music that seemed to rise and fall like the very breath of the city. The traveller walked slowly, every step deliberate, as though he was reluctant to disturb the harmony of the place. Yet the people who passed by greeted him warmly, their eyes filled with kindness, as if they had been waiting for him all along. "Welcome, traveller," one woman said, her voice like a gentle stream. "We have awaited your arrival." Another, an elderly man with eyes like clear wells of wisdom, added, "You have journeyed well. Every step, every trial has brought you to this place. The shepherd has guided you faithfully." The traveller's throat tightened with emotion. "I have longed for this city, dreamed of its peace, sung of its gates. Yet I feel unworthy to stand here." The elderly man smiled. "None enter by their worth, but all by the shepherd's grace. He has made a way for each one, and your journey was not in vain." Moved beyond words, the traveller pressed his hand to his chest, where his heart beat steadily, as if in rhythm with the pulse of the city itself. He continued deeper, following the sound of distant singing that grew clearer with each step. Soon he entered a wide courtyard, where a great fountain stood at the centre, its waters clear as crystal, flowing from the mouth of a carved lion. Around the fountain, people gathered, their faces lifted in song. The Lord is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation. Glad songs of salvation are in the tents of the righteous. The right hand of the Lord does valiantly. The right hand of the Lord exalts. The traveller joined the circle, his voice blending with theirs. He sang not as a stranger, but as one who had been restored, renewed and welcomed. Every word was a testament to the path he had walked. Every note a reflection of the valleys crossed, the confessions made, the storms endured, the peace received. As the song faded into a hum of contentment, the traveller looked beyond the fountain and saw, at the far end of the courtyard, a great hall. Its doors were open, and from within came a light so soft yet radiant that it seemed to invite without blinding. At the threshold stood a figure, tall and clothed in garments white as snow, a staff in hand and a crown upon his brow, not of gold, but of light itself. The traveller knew without being told. This was the shepherd. Their eyes met, and the traveller felt himself known completely. Every weakness, every sorrow, every joy, every secret of his heart laid bare, yet met with perfect love. The shepherd smiled, his expression one of deep satisfaction and welcome. "Well done, beloved traveller," the shepherd spoke, his voice rich and resonant. "You have come home." The traveller fell to his knees, overcome not by fear, but by reverence, by gratitude too great to contain. He bowed his head low. "It was you all along. You led me, guided me, carried me when I could not walk. I have nothing to offer but my thanks." The shepherd approached and gently lifted the traveller to his feet. "Your thanks are enough, but know this. Your journey was not only for yourself. Every step, every psalm, every surrender has prepared you to dwell here and to guide others." The traveller's eyes widened. "Guide others?" "Yes," the shepherd said with a smile, "for the path continues for many yet, and they will need the stories of those who have come before. You will sing the songs, tell the tales, and remind them of the covenant that cannot be broken." The traveller's heart swelled with joy and purpose. He had thought the journey ended at the gates, but now he understood. This was not an end, but a beginning. A new chapter in a story that stretched beyond time. The shepherd turned, gesturing for the traveller to walk with him into the great hall. Together they entered, the light enveloping them, the air filled with the sound of countless voices singing praises unending. A harmony that embraced heaven and earth. Inside the hall, tables stretched as far as the eye could see, laden with fruits, bread and wine. There were seats for every soul, places prepared with care, names inscribed not with ink, but with love. The traveller knew his place awaited him, not because he had earned it, but because the shepherd had made it so. And as he stepped forward, a song rose in his heart. A new song, yet somehow familiar. "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever." And forever had just begun. The traveller stood within the great hall, the shepherd by his side, and felt as though time itself had ceased to exist. There was no hurry here, no pressure, no weight of the hours slipping past. Every moment stretched wide and deep, filled with significance, yet utterly at peace. The light that filled the hall was unlike the sun's glow or the moon's reflection. It was alive, warm and embracing, radiating from no single source, but seemingly present in every corner, every wall, every face. The tables extended in every direction, set with an abundance that defied counting, fruits of every colour and shape, loaves of bread, fresh and steaming, cups of wine glinting like rubies in the light. But more than the feast, it was the people who drew the traveller's gaze. They gathered in clusters, sitting together or standing, their faces animated with laughter, storytelling and song. Each face was unique, yet each one bore the same unmistakable peace, the peace of those who had arrived, of those who were home. As the traveller walked beside the shepherd, he could hear the melodies that drifted through the hall, songs in languages both known and unknown, yet all blending into a harmony that needed no translation. Some voices sang high and bright like morning birds, others deep and rich like the hum of the earth itself. Every voice added its own colour to the tapestry of sound, and the traveller's heart responded instinctively, as though his own voice remembered how to join. But before he could begin to sing, the shepherd paused before a particular table, turning to him with eyes full of kindness. "This table," the shepherd said, "is yours." The traveller's breath caught in his throat. The table was simple but beautiful, its wood polished smooth, its surface adorned with a place setting prepared with obvious care. A plate, a cup, a portion of bread, a cluster of grapes, all waiting, as if expecting his arrival all along. But what truly struck him was the inscription carved along the edge of the table, words he had recited many times on his journey. "You prepare a table before me. In the presence of my enemies, you anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows." The traveller ran his fingers gently over the carved letters, feeling their depth, their permanence. This was his table, not because he had claimed it, but because the shepherd had prepared it. For every valley, for every shadow, for every storm and tear, here was the fulfillment. A place set, a seat reserved, a welcome sealed in love. The shepherd smiled. "Sit and eat, be renewed." The traveller obeyed, sitting down with a reverence that mingled joy and awe. He tore a piece of bread, its texture soft yet substantial, and placed it in his mouth. The taste was like no bread he had ever known, warm, nourishing, filling not just his stomach, but his very soul. He drank from the cup, the wine rich and sweet, its flavour awakening memories of every kindness, every mercy he had received along the way. As he ate and drank, others began to approach. Some he had seen along the road, fellow pilgrims whose faces now shone with the clarity of peace. Others were unfamiliar, yet their presence felt deeply known, as though their stories were somehow intertwined with his own. They greeted him with smiles, embracing him like a brother long awaited. "We watched for you," one said, her voice gentle as she took a seat beside him. "Every traveller has one who waits here to greet them." The traveller looked at her, searching her face. There was something familiar in her eyes, a resemblance he couldn't place. She seemed to understand his unspoken question and laughed softly. "You know me, though you may not remember," she said. "I am the echo of every encouragement you received along the way, every word of hope spoken when you faltered. I am every unseen prayer lifted on your behalf." The traveller's eyes filled with tears. He realized now that his journey had never been solitary. Though he had walked the path with his own feet, there had been countless souls, some seen, many unseen, who had helped carry him in prayer, in hope, in grace. Another sat across from him, a man whose face bore the strength of mountains. I was the hand that steadied you when the storm threatened to sweep you away, he said quietly. You did not see me, but I was sent. And another, I was the voice that sang beside you in the valley when you thought you sang alone. The traveller wept openly now, overwhelmed by the love that surrounded him, the great web of connection that had sustained his steps. Every kindness, every comfort, every unseen assistance had come from the shepherd through these companions and guardians. You were never alone, the shepherd affirmed gently, taking a seat at the head of the table. Not for a single moment. The traveller looked up, his voice trembling. I felt alone. The shepherd nodded. I know, but feeling is not always truth. I was with you, in the silence, in the confusion, in the darkness, and my love sent others to guide you, to lift you when you fell. The traveller bowed his head, his heart swelling with gratitude too deep for words. Silence fell over the table, but it was not an empty silence. It was the fullness of peace, the completeness of understanding that needed no speech. After a time, the shepherd rose. There is more to see, he said, gesturing for the traveller to follow. Leaving the table, the traveller walked with the shepherd deeper into the hall, until they came to a vast balcony that overlooked the entire city. The view stretched endlessly. Gardens, rivers, towers, meadows, all bathed in light that seemed to have no source, yet was everywhere. People moved throughout the city, working, singing, creating, all in harmony, each task done with joy, without weariness. This is the life prepared for those who come through the gates, the shepherd said. Work without toil, music without sorrow, creativity without frustration. Here, every gift is fulfilled, every desire is made whole. The traveller turned to the shepherd, awe filling him. And this is forever? Yes, the shepherd replied. Forever, but there is more still. The shepherd pointed beyond the city walls, to the horizon where a great expanse of land lay, unexplored, beautiful and wild. There are new lands, new journeys for those who desire them. For in my house are many rooms, many paths, many adventures. Peace is not the end of movement. It is the beginning of endless exploration. The traveller's heart leapt. There was no end to the story, only new chapters, each one unfolding with wonder under the watchful eye of the shepherd. Rest as long as you wish, the shepherd said, but when you are ready, there is always more to see, more to learn, more to become. The traveller gazed at the horizon, his heart brimming with joy, peace, and an eager anticipation. He had come home, yet even home was not the end. It was the doorway into eternity, into deeper communion, into endless discovery under the light of the shepherd's love. And so the traveller rested, and when the time came, he would rise, to sing new songs, to walk new paths, to forever follow the shepherd in the endless unfolding of grace. The traveller stood upon the balcony, the full expanse of the city laid out before his eyes, and beyond its radiant walls stretched the vast, uncharted lands bathed in soft golden light. The horizon seemed endless, as if it stretched not only across space, but into eternity itself, a landscape of infinite wonder where mountains shimmered like precious stones and rivers wound their way like ribbons of silver through lush valleys. The sky above was alive with light, yet it was not the harsh brilliance of noon, nor the shadowed glow of dusk. It was a steady, everlasting dawn, as if morning had just broken and yet would never pass away. The shepherd stood beside him in silence, allowing the traveller to take in the vision before speaking. "Do you see it?" the shepherd asked, his voice deep and gentle, like the hush of wind through ancient trees. "I do," the traveller whispered, his breath caught between awe and anticipation. "But what is it? What lies beyond the city?" The shepherd smiled, his eyes reflecting the infinite horizons. "It is the rest of the story." The traveller turned to him, his brow furrowed slightly. "I thought the story ended here, at the city, within its gates." The shepherd's smile deepened, warm and knowing. "Many believe that, but the truth is far greater. The gates are not the end, they are the beginning. You have crossed the threshold of peace, but peace is not the end of your journey. It is the soil in which wonder, purpose and glory take root. Beyond these walls lie the lands of everlasting discovery, places you have yet to imagine, stories waiting to be lived, songs that have never yet been sung." The traveller's heart stirred at these words, his soul awakening again with the familiar ache of the road. But now it was not an ache of exhaustion or longing, but of anticipation. The path called to him once more, though this time the path was not one of hardship, but of glory and delight. "But how can I journey further?" the traveller asked. "I thought I had completed my pilgrimage." The shepherd placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "Your pilgrimage brought you here, but the journey of glory is without end. It is the path of becoming, of discovering ever more of me, and of yourself as I created you to be. For here, there is no weariness, no sorrow, no threat of shadow. Every step you take beyond these walls will be a step into greater light, greater understanding, and deeper joy." The traveller's eyes filled with tears, not of sadness, but of wonder, the kind of tears that come when the soul realizes it stands on the threshold of something far greater than itself. "Will you go with me?" the traveller asked, his voice trembling. The shepherd's gaze never wavered. "Always. I walk with you still, as I always have. In every land, in every field, through every new horizon, my presence will remain beside you, closer than your own breath." The traveller turned again to the horizon, the beauty of it stirring something deep within him, a sense that he was being invited not merely to see, but to participate, to write the next chapter of his existence with every step he would take. He looked down at the city below, its streets alive with song and laughter, its gardens lush with fruit, its towers reaching toward the sky as if in perpetual worship. The city was home, yes, a sanctuary of peace and belonging. Yet the call of the beyond was undeniable, and the traveller understood that home was not just a place, but a presence, the presence of the shepherd himself. "Am I ready?" he asked quietly. "You are." "Don't tell much more," the shepherd answered. You were made for this. The traveller breathed deeply, letting the air fill his lungs, as if it carried strength and courage within each breath. Then he asked, "What lies beyond the first hill?" The shepherd's eyes sparkled with joy. "You will see. There are forests where the trees sing and the wind carries stories long forgotten. There are mountains where the stars seem close enough to touch. There are rivers of living water that reveal the depths of wisdom with every ripple. Every land you tread will reveal more of my heart and awaken more of your own." The traveller stood silently, letting the immensity of it settle within him. All his life he had journeyed through shadow and light, always seeking, always longing, and now he stood on the edge of a world where longing would no longer ache, but only beckon deeper into joy. "Will I remember the path that brought me here?" he asked. "You will," the shepherd said. "Every step, every sorrow, every song, all of it remains a part of you, but not as a burden. Here, your story is your crown, each chapter a gem set into its band. And as you walk these new lands, your story will continue, not written in weariness or pain, but in wonder and praise." The traveller smiled through his tears, his heart light and ready. "Then I will go." The shepherd's voice was soft, filled with delight. "Go, and I will go with you." And so the traveller descended from the balcony, his steps sure and steady. As he reached the edge of the city, the great gates behind him still open wide, he turned for one last glance. The city stood radiant and alive, its songs rising like incense, its lights unquenchable. It was the heart of all things, the place of peace from which all journeys begin and to which all journeys return. With that, the traveller stepped beyond the gates and onto the path that led into the wide, shining expanse. The land greeted him with a soft breeze that carried scents of orchards unseen, of meadows bursting with unseen flowers, of seas that waited beyond distant hills. The sky stretched high and clear, vast and full of promise. He walked forward, each step a beginning, each breath a song. And as he moved, he found that the road itself seemed to sing beneath his feet, as though all of creation rejoiced to welcome him. The traveller was no longer a wanderer, no longer a soul in search of home. He was a child of the shepherd, an heir of the endless lands of glory, and his journey was only just beginning, a journey without fear, without end, unfolding forever in the presence of the one who had led him all the way home. The traveller stepped beyond the gates of the city with the morning sun at his back, and the wide radiant world stretching before him like an untouched canvas. The air itself seemed to hum with anticipation, each breeze carrying whispers of discovery, as though the land ahead was not just waiting to be seen, but longing to be known. His feet touched the earth with new-found reverence. Every stone, every blade of grass, every distant tree seemed alive with welcome. With each step he took, the traveller found that the ground itself changed in subtle ways, responding not just to his movement, but to the very intentions of his heart. When he longed for peace, the path would soften, the way edged with fields of wildflowers that danced with gentle colours. When he yearned for knowledge, the trail would rise gently, guiding him to hills where the horizon unfolded wider and wider, giving him glimpses of realms yet unexplored. And when the desire for wonder stirred within him, The road would lead beneath canopies of towering trees, their trunks vast and their branches like vaulted ceilings of a living cathedral. Yet there was no fear in him, no uncertainty. The shepherd had promised his presence, and the traveller felt it as surely as his own breath, an unseen companionship that infused his spirit with courage and curiosity. Sometimes he would pause and speak aloud, knowing the shepherd heard, even if he walked invisibly beside him. Other times it was enough to walk in silence. The companionship felt within rather than observed without. As the day unfolded, the traveller came to a great meadow that spread wide under the open sky. In the centre stood a solitary tree, tall and sprawling, its leaves shimmering with a silver hue, as though touched by the morning star. Beneath its branches, a well of clear water bubbled up from the ground, its surface so still and pure that it reflected the sky perfectly. Drawn to it, the traveller approached and knelt by the well, peering into its depths. To his amazement, the water was not only clear, but alive with movement. Images danced within it, not merely reflections, but visions. He saw places he had yet to visit, forests where the trees whispered secrets to those who listened, rivers that carried melodies on their currents, mountains whose peaks pierced the sky and touched the stars. But more than places, the traveller saw people, souls who, like him, had stepped beyond the city gates, each embarking on their own journey of glory and exploration. Some climbed, some danced, some knelt in fields of golden light, all alive with the joy of discovery, their faces lit with the peace that came from knowing the shepherd walked with them. The traveller cupped his hands and drank deeply from the well. The water was cool and sweet, and as it flowed down his throat, he felt it awaken something within him, not a memory, but a knowing. It was as if every place he would one day visit, every soul he would one day meet, was already imprinted within his spirit, waiting to be revealed in time. As he rested beneath the great tree, a gentle voice spoke, not aloud, but within his heart. "This is the well of remembering," the voice said. "Here, you're reminded that your journey does not begin anew each morning, but continues in a single, unbroken thread of purpose. Every step you take is connected to the whole, every discovery another verse in the eternal song." The traveller closed his eyes, letting the voice and the truth of it settle within him. The peace he had known in the city remained, but now it was layered with anticipation, a joyful eagerness for what was to come, knowing that every path was crafted by the shepherd's hand. When he rose to continue, he noticed that the tree bore fruit of many kinds, some like apples, others like figs, some unknown yet inviting. A gentle thought stirred within him. Take and eat, for the journey ahead is long and wondrous. He plucked a piece of fruit, its skin warm from the sun, and carried it with him as he pressed on. Soon the meadow gave way to gentle hills, and from their summits the traveller saw lands vast and varied. To the east, lush forests stretched as far as the eye could see, their canopies a rich sea of green punctuated by bursts of colour from flowering trees. To the west, rivers wove intricate patterns through emerald plains, their surfaces sparkling with light, as if the stars themselves had fallen and settled in their depths. Far to the north, majestic mountains rose, their peaks wrapped in veils of mist and light, promising vistas beyond imagining. And to the south, the land unfolded into wide valleys where golden fields shimmered, dotted with what seemed to be small villages, their rooftops glinting like jewels in the sun. The traveller stood still, his heart swelling with the realization that he was free, not just free from sorrow or toil, but free to choose, to explore, to follow desire purified by peace. There was no wrong path, no fear of misstep, for every road led to discovery, and every discovery led deeper into the heart of the shepherd. A melody began to rise within him, unbidden yet familiar. It was a song he had sung many times on his earthly journey, but here it carried new power, new depth. You make known to me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy. At your right hand are pleasures for evermore. As he sang, the air seemed to respond, the very wind carrying the notes forward, as if creation itself rejoiced to hear the truth proclaimed again. Flowers seemed to sway in rhythm, leaves rustled in harmony, and even the light shimmered as though it danced to the song. And then, far off on another hill, the traveller saw figures, other souls who had ventured beyond the city gates. They too sang as they walked, their voices reaching him like distant bells, each unique yet harmonizing with his own melody. They waved not as strangers, but as fellow travellers, companions on the endless road of glory. With a heart full and spirit unburdened, the traveller descended the hill and made his way toward the horizon, knowing that whatever lay beyond the next rise, the shepherd was there, waiting, guiding, delighting in every step taken. He knew now that his journey would never truly end, for in this land every horizon gave birth to another. Every song echoed forward into a greater symphony, and every meeting with fellow travellers was a reunion waiting to happen. He walked on, singing still, the path unfolding before him like a living story, written by the hand of the one who was and is and ever shall be. The traveller walked onward, his steps light but steady, the song of the well of remembering still resonating within his heart. The air carried the scent of distant rain mixed with the freshness of meadows in bloom. The sky overhead stretched wide and open, a canopy of soft light that seemed to pulse with life, as if heaven itself was breathing, not in haste, but in a slow, eternal rhythm. Every footfall was accompanied by the gentle pulse of that breath, as though the very ground beneath him lived and remembered. He soon came to the edge of a vast, flowering plain. Wild flowers spread in every direction, in colours so vivid they seemed almost unreal. Blues deeper than sapphire, reds richer than rubies, yellows brighter than gold. The field was alive with butterflies, their delicate wings like stained glass caught in perpetual motion, and bees hummed contentedly, weaving invisible patterns from blossom to blossom. At the centre of the plain stood a tree unlike any the traveller had seen. Its trunk was broad and smooth, its bark the colour of polished bronze, and its leaves shimmered as though made of translucent emeralds. From its branches hung great clusters of fruit, each variety distinct, some the colour of amber, others deep violet, and still others pearly white. As he drew closer, he saw that beneath the tree sat an elder, robed in garments that seemed woven from light itself. His hair was silver, yet his face shone with the vitality of youth. His eyes, when they lifted to meet the travellers, were pools of wisdom and welcome, depths that seemed to have watched every age of the world unfold. "Welcome, traveller," the elder said, his voice gentle yet resonant, like a distant harp heard over still waters. "You have come far." The traveller approached with reverence. "I have, though it feels as if the journey has only begun." "That is the truth of this place," the elder replied with a soft smile. "For every beginning here is but a doorway to another, and every path you walk unveils more of the shepherd's heart." The traveller nodded, still marvelling at the tree's beauty. "What is this place?" The elder gestured to the tree. "This is the grove of remembrance and renewal. Here those who journey may rest and remember not only where they have been, but who they are becoming. Every fruit on this tree holds a memory, not of sorrow or loss, but of the faithfulness that carried you here. When you eat of its fruit, you remember not with pain, but with praise." The traveller's gaze turned to the fruit. "May I?" "Of course," the elder said, "but choose with your heart, for each fruit calls to a memory that shaped you." The traveller approached the tree, his eyes scanning the clusters. One particular fruit, shaped like a small golden orb, caught his attention. It pulsed faintly, as if lit from within. He reached up and plucked it, the skin warm to his touch. As he bit into it, a wave of memory swept through him, but not in the way of a sudden flood. Instead, it was like the opening of a book, each page a clear and vivid picture. He saw himself as he had been at the start of his journey, weary, uncertain, burdened by questions he feared might never find answers. He saw the valleys, the shadows, the solitary nights when he had wondered if he walked alone. But woven through every image was a thread of light, the shepherd's presence, subtle yet constant, guiding, lifting, sustaining. Tears filled his eyes, not of grief, but of gratitude. The ache of those early days was gone, replaced by the realization that he had never truly been forsaken. Every difficult step had brought him closer, not just to the city, but to the shepherd himself. He finished the fruit, its sweetness lingering on his tongue, its nourishment filling him with a deep sense of strength. When he turned back to the elder, he found the man watching him with eyes that knew. "You remember," the elder said. "I do," the traveller whispered, "but not as before. Now I see the goodness that was woven through it all." "That is the gift of this place," the elder said. "Memory here is redeemed. You see as the shepherd sees, the whole of the journey, not just its hardships." The elder stood then, his presence towering yet gentle. "There is more to see, traveller. The grove gives remembrance, but beyond it lies the river of delighting." "The river of delighting?" the traveller echoed. "A stream that carries the songs of all who journey here. In its waters flow the praises of the redeemed, each current a melody of joy and wonder. To hear it is to be filled anew with the desire to go on, not out of duty, but out of delight." The traveller's heart stirred. "Will you show me the way?" The elder smiled and pointed beyond the grove, where the flowers seemed to part naturally, forming a path bordered by blossoms that swayed as if beckoning. "Follow where your heart pulls you. The river knows the steps of those who seek it." The traveller bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, elder. "Thank you for tending this place." The elder chuckled softly. "It is my joy, for every traveller who remembers carries the song forward." With that, the traveller stepped onto the path, the flowers brushing his legs with gentle caresses. The air grew sweeter with every step, the sound of distant waters growing clearer, a melody, not just a noise, as if the river itself sang in anticipation of his arrival. After a time, he crested a small hill, and there it was, the River of Delighting. It wound through the valley like a ribbon of crystal and silver, its surface shimmering with light. As he drew near, he could hear it. Music, pure and layered, voices intertwining in praise, laughter like chimes, notes of instruments he had never heard but somehow recognized deep within his soul. He knelt by the river's edge, cupping his hands to drink. The water was cool, but with a sweetness unlike anything he had ever tasted. As it passed his lips, the music of the river entered him, not as sound, but as feeling. Joy, deep and pure. Joy that ran deeper than mere happiness. Joy that sprang from the certainty of belonging, of being loved, of being known completely and yet embraced. He laughed aloud, a sound unburdened and free, and the river seemed to answer, its currents dancing, its melody rising. The traveller stood, his body light, his spirit singing without effort. He knew then that he was part of the song, that every soul who drank from this river added their voice to the eternal chorus that celebrated the shepherd, the journey, and the glory of endless discovery. And so the traveller walked on, the river at his side, the melody within him, the horizon before him. He would walk valleys of light, climb mountains of wonder, rest in fields of joy, and in all of it, the shepherd's presence would remain. For this was not the end of the journey, but the forever unfolding of a story written by love, sung by the redeemed, and lived in the light of the one who had called him home. The traveller lingered by the river of delighting for what felt like both a moment and an eternity. Time was a different thing here. It did not press or demand, did not rush him forward or hold him back. Instead it flowed like the river itself, winding gently, carrying all who rested in its presence without burden. Each ripple in the water seemed to sing with countless voices, a harmony that transcended language, as though the very currents remembered the praises of every soul who had drunk from its depths. The traveller stood still, eyes closed, breathing deeply the fragrance of the air, a blend of water, wildflowers, and something sweeter still, as if joy itself had a scent. He could hear the river speaking, though not in words. It was a resonance, a memory awakened in the marrow of his bones, as if his very being had always known this song, but had forgotten until now. When he finally opened his eyes, the landscape seemed even more vibrant than before. Colours glowed richer, each blade of grass, each petal of a flower, each leaf on every tree shimmering with life. Even the sky looked alive, painted with soft pastels that shifted like a living canvas, as though creation itself was engaged in a continuous dance of expression. He took a step along the river's edge, then another, letting his hand trail in the water, watching it curl and twist around his fingers. As he walked, he noticed others by the river, figures both near and far, each of them immersed in the river's presence in their own way. Some knelt, their faces lifted in radiant peace. Others danced along the banks, their laughter like the ringing of bells, while some simply sat in stillness, eyes reflecting the water's shimmer, lost in reverie. One figure stood out to him, a woman seated beneath a willow that draped its long flowing branches into the river. She hummed a melody that wove seamlessly with the song of the river itself. Though he could not place the tune, it felt familiar, as if it had once been sung over him when he was yet unaware. Compelled, the traveller approached her. As he neared, the woman lifted her gaze, her eyes deep and clear, reflecting both the sky and the water. She smiled, as if she had been expecting him. "Welcome, traveller," she said, her voice soft but steady, like the gentle sway of the willow's branches. "You have come far." "I have," he replied, humbled by her knowing eyes. "And yet it feels I've only just begun." She nodded knowingly. "That is the truth of this land. Every ending is but the opening of another beginning." He sat on the grass opposite her, the river's gentle sound continuing between them. "Tell me," "what is this river? I have never known anything like it. It sings, but it also remembers." Her eyes gleamed with quiet joy. "You have seen truly. This is the river of delighting, where the praises of all who have journeyed are gathered and carried forever. Every song, every whispered word of gratitude, every exclamation of awe, none of it is lost. The river gathers them, and they become part of its endless song." The traveller looked down at the flowing water, mesmerized. "Then each person who has walked with the shepherd has added their voice to this river," she finished for him. "And so will you. In fact, you already have. Every psalm you sang on your journey, every word spoken in faith, every sigh of longing carried by trust, it's all here now." A warmth spread through his chest at her words. To know that his simple offerings, even his cries in the valley, had not vanished into the void, but had joined this living, eternal melody. It was a truth too beautiful for tears, though they glimmered in his eyes. "But does the river ever end?" he asked. She smiled. "No, it flows from the heart of the city of peace, from the throne of the shepherd himself, and it winds through every land of this kingdom, reaching places no foot has yet tread. And beyond these lands it continues still, flowing deeper into the mysteries of the shepherd's glory. Those who wish may follow it, ever onward." "Then I want to follow it," he said softly. "I want to see where it leads." The woman's eyes shone. "And so you shall. But first, drink again, drink deeply, and let the song settle within you, so that wherever you go, the river will flow with you." The traveller knelt by the water, cupping his hands and drinking once more. The taste was more vibrant this time, as though his very soul was being nourished, as if the water was filling not just his thirst, but his capacity for wonder, for joy, for love. When he finished, he stood, feeling light yet grounded, as though the earth itself held him gently. The woman stood as well, her form graceful like the willow under which she had sat. "Go now, traveller, the river will guide you, and remember, each step you take, each song you sing, will return here, added to the melody, making it ever richer. He thanked her with a bow, his heart full, and resumed his journey along the river's path. As he walked, he began to hum, not consciously but instinctively, as though his soul could not help but respond to the harmony that now lived within him. The hum grew into a melody, a tune of his own making, yet deeply familiar, and he sang it freely. The sound carried on the wind. The river wound through valleys bathed in light, meadows that glowed like fields kissed by morning dew, and groves of trees whose leaves shivered not with cold, but with delight. In some places, bridges arched gracefully over the water, made not of stone or wood, but of light itself, shimmering and translucent. The traveller crossed one such bridge, feeling as though he walked on starlight, each step a note added to the endless symphony. As he continued, he encountered others who travelled the same way, souls radiant with joy, each carrying their own song. Some walked alone, others in groups, but all shared the same destination, to follow the river as far as it would take them, to see what new wonder waited beyond each curve. At times the traveller would join these fellow souls, sharing stories, songs and laughter. At other times he walked in solitude, yet never lonely, for the river's presence was a companion more constant than shadow or sun, and always the shepherd's presence was near, sometimes sensed in the rustle of leaves, other times in the flicker of light on the water, and often in the simple certainty that he was seen, known, and loved. One evening, as the light turned soft and golden, casting long, gentle shadows, the traveller crested a hill and saw the river disappear into a great horizon of light, an endless expanse where sky and water seemed to merge, a place where the song grew even sweeter, clearer, stronger. He stood at the edge, gazing in awe, and a voice, deep, tender, unmistakably the shepherd's, spoke within his heart. "Come further, beloved one, there is always more." And with that invitation, the traveller stepped forward, his soul alive with praise. His song carried on the eternal river, his journey flowing ever onward into glory that would never end. The traveller stood upon the gentle crest of the hill, the golden horizon stretching vast before him, where the river of delighting disappeared into a brilliance that seemed to swallow both sky and water. He gazed out, rooted to the spot, breathless not from exhaustion, but from the sheer immensity of the beauty that opened before his eyes. It was as if the land itself ended not in boundary, but in invitation, a threshold not of borders, but of beginnings. The air was thick with music, though not like any earthly melody. The sound seemed to rise from the river, from the air itself, from the very light that bathed the scene. It was music without end, a sound that carried the essence of every song he had ever sung, yet transformed into something deeper, richer, more complete. Every note seemed alive, bearing weight and meaning beyond understanding, and yet the heart knew it was the sound of forever. The shepherd's voice echoed again, gentle and clear. "Come further, beloved one, there is always more." The words stirred something deep within the traveller's soul, a yearning that had no ache, only delight. He stepped forward, feeling the ground beneath his feet soften, as if the earth itself rejoiced in his approach. Each step felt lighter, as though gravity itself was diminishing, surrendering to joy. The river's edge approached, and when he reached it, he saw that the waters here were unlike before, luminous, translucent, reflecting not just the sky, but light that seemed to come from within the water itself. Without hesitation, the traveller stepped into the river. The moment his feet touched the water, a warmth enveloped him, and he felt no resistance, only welcome. The river was cool and yet filled with warmth, like a perfect embrace that both refreshed and revived. The current carried him forward, yet he felt no fear, no loss of footing. It was as though the water knew him, held him, and carried him with purpose. As he moved, the scenery around him transformed subtly but surely. The hills and meadows of his journey remained, but they were more vivid, more intricate, as if the veil that once dimmed their fullness had been lifted. The colours deepened, the fragrances grew sweeter, and the air itself shimmered with a clarity that seemed to reveal not just sight, but meaning. Then he saw them, figures on the distant banks, clothed in light, their forms familiar and yet glorified. They moved with grace, their presence radiant, and their eyes shone with recognition and joy. These were fellow travellers who had come this way before him, souls who had crossed into the moor, and yet waited at the river's side to welcome each new arrival. Some of the faces the traveller knew immediately, companions from his earlier journey, souls whose kindness had shaped his path, whose prayers had strengthened his feet when he was weary. Others he recognised only by the familiarity of their joy, as though they carried pieces of his own heart within them. One figure, bright as morning, stepped forward and called to him with laughter in his voice. "Well met, traveller. Welcome beyond the edge." The traveller smiled, his heart leaping. "I have come as the shepherd called." "And he calls us still," the radiant one said. "For here, the journey never ends. It deepens." The traveller stepped onto the far bank, the water leaving no mark, no dampness, only the lingering sense of having passed through something living, something that remembered him. He stood among the gathered souls, each one vibrant with life and light, and he felt no separation, no distance between them, as if the old barriers of time, space, and self had melted away in the river's embrace. Together they turned their eyes forward, to where the land of glory stretched further, where new landscapes rose in delicate hues, where mountains floated in skies of endless twilight, where rivers of light crisscrossed fields of starlit grass. And above it all, a light, not harsh, not blinding, but warm and eternal, glowed at the centre of everything. From it emanated the very presence of the shepherd, not distant now, but dwelling fully, palpably, undeniably. The traveller stood transfixed, his heart overflowing with the realization. This was the country of the shepherd's delight, the land of his fullness, where the deepest longings of every soul were not just met, but expanded, multiplied, magnified into unending joy. A voice, the shepherd's, rose from that central light, not thundering, but intimate, heard not by the ears, but by the soul itself. "All who hunger, come. All who thirst, come. All who delight, come. There is more. There is always more." The crowd of radiant souls began to move forward, walking lightly upon the land that seemed to respond with music to their every step. The traveller joined them, his spirit light, his laughter rising freely, as the air seemed to carry their voices upward in harmony. They passed through meadows where the flowers sang when touched, their colours changing with the melodies. They crossed bridges formed of woven light that sang beneath their feet. They climbed gentle hills that opened onto vistas where stars flowed like rivers across the sky, closer than ever before, as if the heavens had descended to walk alongside them. At one such height, the traveller paused and looked back. Behind him lay the river, now gleaming like a path of stars, the gateway between the journey already walked and the glory yet unfolding. He saw, even now, more souls arriving at the river's edge, their faces alight with wonder, their voices lifted in greeting. And then he understood. The journey was not a solitary pursuit, but a great procession, a living parade of souls drawn deeper and deeper into the heart of the shepherd's joy. Each one brought their song, their story, their praise, and the melody grew richer with every new arrival. He turned forward again, his heart burning with love for the shepherd, whose presence was now the very air he breathed. And as he walked, he knew that every step forward was not just a movement through space, but a deepening into eternity, into love, into light, into life unending. He lifted his voice and sang, not alone, but with countless others, their harmonies rising like a dawn that would never dim. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And forever had no edge here, only horizon after horizon, each brighter, each deeper, each revealing more of the shepherd, whose love had brought him home and was even now leading him further still. The traveller walked with the great company of souls, moving deeper into the ever-expanding landscapes of glory, where every hill revealed new horizons, and every valley unveiled wonders more beautiful than the last. The air shimmered with the presence of the shepherd, though his form remained in the distant radiance that crowned the land. Yet even at a distance, his nearness was felt with every breath, as if his heart beat within the very pulse of creation. Around the traveller, the air was filled with songs, some sung in familiar tongues, others in languages that his ears had never heard, but that his soul immediately understood. Each note, each word, each sound was like a brushstroke in an ever-forming masterpiece of praise, painted across the vast canvas of eternity. The melodies were not just sounds, they were living things, imbued with colour, light and fragrance. When the songs rose, the trees themselves seemed to sway in rhythm, their leaves sparkling as though dusted with starlight, and flowers opened wider, revealing hidden hues that only music could awaken. As they travelled further, the company of souls came to a wide open plain unlike any before. Here the grass grew tall and soft, a tapestry of emerald woven with streaks of silver that shimmered with each step. In the centre of the plain stood a great pavilion, its columns rising high into the air, crafted not from stone or wood, but from a material that appeared to be woven light, solid and translucent all at once. The roof was like a tapestry of the sky itself, displaying constellations that shifted slowly, telling stories across the vault of the heavens. The souls gathered beneath this pavilion, their footsteps silent on the glowing floor, which seemed to hum beneath their feet. At the centre stood an immense table, stretching wide in every direction, laden with a feast of unimaginable abundance. Fruits that glowed softly as though lit from within, bread whose scent alone filled the heart with joy, cups brimming with drink that sparkled like liquid crystal. The traveller stood at the edge, gazing in wonder, when a voice called gently to him, "Come, your place is prepared." He turned to see a figure robed in gold and white, eyes kind and knowing. The figure gestured to a seat near the table's centre, where his name, not just written, but sung, glowed in radiant letters. Slowly, reverently, the traveller approached and sat, feeling the seat mould perfectly to him, as though made for his presence. He looked around and saw that every soul at the table had their place, each one honoured, each one known, each one remembered. There was no jostling, no hierarchy, only belonging. Then a hush fell, and the radiant presence of the shepherd filled the pavilion, not by entering in form, but as a warmth, a light, a voice that filled every heart. "Welcome, beloved," the shepherd's voice said, resonant and tender. "You have come through the journey, through shadow and light, through song and silence. Here you feast, not as weary travellers, but as my friends, my family, my joy." At his word, the feast began, not with noise or frenzy, but with quiet delight. Each bite of food, each sip of drink, filled the soul not just with flavour, but with memory, with peace, with laughter long forgotten, yet instantly restored. Conversations bloomed between souls who had never met, yet spoke as though they had known each other forever. Stories flowed, of their journeys, of the shepherd's faithfulness, of the moments of grace that had carried them here. The traveller ate, but more than that, he listened. He heard tales of mountains crossed and seas calmed, of valleys where the shepherd's voice had been a lifeline in the night. Every story was a psalm in itself, a testament to mercy and love that had pursued and never relented. When the meal was complete, a sound like the rushing of gentle waters filled the pavilion. The ground itself seemed to thrum with expectation, and from every direction instruments formed, harps, lyres, flutes, and others unlike any seen before, shaped of light and sound. Each soul took an instrument, yet none questioned how they knew to play. The knowledge was within them, a gift awakened. The traveller lifted a harp that seemed to form from the very air before him, its strings resonant with pure light. As he drew his fingers across the strings, the notes poured forth, not merely as sound, but as streams of colour and warmth. Then the voices rose. The pavilion, the plain, the skies, all filled with the harmony of countless souls singing as one, yet each voice distinct, each note irreplaceable. They sang of the shepherd. Worthy is the shepherd who gathers his own, who leaves no soul behind, whose mercy is deeper than the sea, whose love is higher than the stars. They sang of the journey. Through shadowed valleys he led, through the wilderness he walked beside, until the dawn broke and the light revealed the home prepared from the foundations of the world. And they sang of the everlasting. There is no night here, no setting sun, only the radiance of the One, who was and is to come, forever, forevermore. The traveller's heart swelled until he felt he might burst with joy, and yet no burden of such fullness weighed him down. Instead, it made him lighter, freer, as though he could rise and float upon the song itself. When the music gently faded, the shepherd's presence spoke again, closer now, as though walking among them unseen. Beloved ones, this is the feast of remembrance and of becoming. You have come home, but you are not finished. For all eternity, there will be more to explore, more of my heart to know, more of my creation to discover. Go forth, now filled, and carry the music, the feast, the joy, not only within, but into the new lands I have prepared. The traveller rose, his heart glowing like an ember fanned into flame. Around him the souls dispersed, some setting off alone, others in small, joyful bands, each with songs still echoing on their lips. He looked to the horizon beyond the pavilion, where new lands shimmered with light, where rivers and mountains waited, where skies stretched endlessly in promise. He knew his journey would not end, for how could it, when every step forward was a new unfolding of glory? He began to walk, his harp at his side, his heart a vessel of music and memory, his soul alive with expectation. As his feet touched the path before him, he sang a song of praise, of joy, of eternal belonging, and the very land responded, blossoming with each note. And so the traveller moved onward, deeper into the ever-expanding kingdom of the shepherd, where every chapter was richer than the last, where every dawn revealed new mercies, and where forever was not a destination, but living, breathing journey of love without end. The traveller set forth from the pavilion, his heart still reverberating with the songs of praise and joy that had filled the great gathering. Every step felt charged with energy, as though the very ground pulsed with an invitation to go further, to see more, to step deeper into the mysteries of the shepherd's endless kingdom. The sky stretched wide and unbroken overhead, an expanse of soft radiance that neither blinded nor dimmed, as if it welcomed the eyes to gaze upon its wonders without end. He carried no burden, yet within him was a fullness, a radiant energy that stirred with each memory of what he had seen and heard. The harp given to him at the feast hung lightly across his back, its strings humming softly with each movement, resonating with the quiet music that lingered still in the air itself. Before him, the landscape unfolded into a wide valley, bordered by hills that shimmered as though they were clothed in a delicate mist of gold. The grasses swayed gently, whispering like an ancient choir, each blade playing its part in the eternal song that saturated the very fabric of this land. Flowers bloomed in colours more vivid than any he had seen on earth, purples deeper than twilight, reds that glowed like living flame, blues that mirrored the calmest seas. The traveller descended into the valley, each step accompanied by the sense that the land itself was greeting him. The air grew fragrant, not cloying or heavy, but pure and sweet, as though every breath he took was a draught of life itself. Birds of vibrant plumage flitted from tree to tree, their calls like crystalline bells, each song unique and distinct, yet each blending perfectly into the symphony of the landscape. As he continued, he saw ahead a series of arches made of living vines, heavy with blossoms and fruit. The arches formed a kind of pathway, not confining, but inviting, a gentle guidance forward, suggesting that beyond them lay something wondrous. The traveller paused beneath the first arch, placing his hand gently on the vines, they were warm, almost as though alive with a quiet, waiting joy. He stepped through, and as he did, a soft light suffused the air, gentle yet illuminating. The light did not come from the sun or stars, but seemed to radiate from the very air, a living glow that made everything clearer, richer, deeper. The traveller felt a shift within himself, not of change, but of remembrance, as though passing through the arch had awakened something ancient and true within his soul. And then he heard the voice, not loud, not startling, but clear and close, as though it spoke just beside his ear. You walk the path of knowing. The traveller turned, but saw no one. Yet the voice continued, gentle and full of kindness. Here, the heart remembers fully what it was made for. Here you will see not only with your eyes, but with your soul. The traveller nodded, understanding in his spirit. He moved forward, passing beneath the next arch, and the moment he did, memories rose, not as distant echoes, but as vivid, living truths. He saw his own journey, the valleys of sorrow, the nights of weeping, the moments when shadows seemed too deep to escape. But alongside these memories were the truths he had often felt but had not seen. The shepherd's presence beside him in the storm, his hand lifting him when he had fallen, his voice calling softly in the darkness. He saw moments he had forgotten, small acts of kindness, whispered prayers, quiet mercies, that had been seeds planted by the shepherd, growing unseen until now. He understood that nothing had been wasted, not a single tear, not a single step. All had been woven together, forming a tapestry more intricate and beautiful than his mind could comprehend. Tears filled his eyes, not of sorrow, but of overwhelming gratitude. He realized that he had been seen, known, loved completely through every moment of his journey, even when he had doubted, even when he had faltered. He stepped through yet another arch, and now he saw others, souls he had encountered along his earthly journey. Some he had known well, some only briefly, and others he had perhaps seen just once. Yet here, each face shone with the clarity of purpose, and he saw their stories interwoven with his own, threads crossing, joining, separating, and then meeting again, all forming a single, grand design crafted by the shepherd's hand. One familiar figure approached, a friend long since past, whose absence had left an ache in the traveller's heart. Yet here, his friend stood radiant, eyes bright with joy. "I have waited for this moment," his friend said with a smile, "to show you that not a single parting was ever final." They embraced, the joy of reunion deeper than words could express. The traveller felt the ache of loss dissolve, replaced by the solid, living truth of eternal togetherness. Time held no dominion here. No goodbye could ever sever what the shepherd had bound in love. They walked together for a while, sharing stories, laughter, even silence, each moment sacred, each step deeper into understanding. When they reached the next arch, his friend paused. "I cannot walk beyond this arch with you now," he said gently. "Each soul's journey is uniquely crafted. But we will meet again, deeper still, where the shepherd's mysteries unfold beyond comprehension." The traveller nodded, embracing his friend once more before stepping forward. As he passed under the next vine-laced arch, the light shifted again. becoming even clearer, as though his soul's vision was being sharpened with each step. Now, the landscape around him revealed even more. Mountains that had seemed distant now appeared within reach, rivers of light flowing between them, cities of radiance built along their banks, each a testimony to the glory of the shepherd. But most striking of all was the sense of knowing, the realization that these places were not foreign, but familiar. They were part of the home he had always longed for, the home his heart had been searching for through every weary step of his earlier journey. He knew then the path of knowing was not only about remembering his past, it was about recognizing his place in the eternal story of the shepherd's love. A story without end, without separation, without fear. At the final arch, the traveller paused. Beyond it, he sensed the depth of glory he could not yet grasp, a radiance so profound that even his renewed senses could barely comprehend it. But he was unafraid. The shepherd's voice came once more, close and intimate. "Come further, beloved. There is always more to know, more to become. You were made for endlessness." The traveller stepped forward, his heart alight, his spirit ready. He passed beneath the final arch and into a brilliance that embraced him fully, not blinding, but revealing. Every fibre of his being awakened, every memory redeemed, every longing satisfied and yet expanded. And so the traveller walked onward into the infinite, his soul alive with knowing, his journey forever unfolding, led always by the shepherd, whose love was the beginning, the middle, and the never ending. The traveller stood at the threshold of the vast expanse that opened before him. Behind him lay the path of knowing, its arches of living vines and radiant light now woven into his memory, not as distant recollections, but as living truths that pulsed within his soul. Each arch had unlocked a deeper part of himself, had illuminated the journey he had taken, and revealed it as part of a grand design, lovingly crafted by the shepherd's own hands. Yet now, before him, stretched a horizon so immense, so shimmering with possibility, that even his awakened heart could scarcely contain the wonder of it. The air was different here. It was as though each breath carried not just life, but revelation, as though the very act of breathing was to receive the knowledge that the world was endlessly vast, yet infinitely personal. The sky above him no longer held a single shade, but shifted in a slow, mesmerizing dance of colours, gold melting into deep azure, violet turning into silver, hues that shimmered with an inner light that seemed alive, sentient. The land itself stretched in gentle hills and valleys, rivers of light weaving through meadows that sparkled under a sky that felt not so much above, but all around, embracing, sheltering, welcoming. The traveller moved forward slowly, each step resonating with a quiet certainty that he was no longer just journeying through a place, but through a story, his story, and yet not his alone. Here, every step felt like a page being turned in an endless book, each movement unfolding new chapters written by the hand of the shepherd himself. But unlike any book he had known, he was not merely the reader, but also the living word, the character and the witness, the one who both discovered and created with every choice, every breath, every song. As he walked, he came upon a great field where the grass seemed to glow softly with its own light. In the middle of this field stood a massive tree, unlike any he had seen even in these endless lands. Its trunk was wide, ancient yet vigorous, its bark shimmering like it had been burnished by the breath of dawn. The branches stretched so high that their tips seemed to touch the sky, and they spread so wide that their shade covered acres beneath. Drawn to the tree, the traveller approached and found others gathered there, souls clothed in radiance, their eyes bright with peace and joy. Some sat in quiet contemplation, others strummed harps or played instruments of unfamiliar but ethereal design. Still others sang, their voices mingling with the wind, creating harmonies that seemed both old as creation and new as the morning. At the base of the tree there was a well, deep and clear, its waters still as glass, yet shimmering with an inner light that shifted with the music of the voices around it. The traveller knelt beside the well and looked in, expecting to see his reflection. But instead, he saw visions, layers of stories, lives and journeys, not only of himself, but of countless others who had passed this way. It was a well of remembrance, but also of unity, showing that every story, though unique, was intricately woven with every other, threads in a tapestry that the shepherd had designed before time itself. He reached his hand into the water and felt not just the coolness, but a pulse, like the heartbeat of eternity itself. In that moment, understanding flooded him. He was not alone, had never been alone, and would never be alone. Every step he had taken was accompanied by others, by unseen witnesses, by fellow travellers past, present and future, and above all, by the shepherd who had written every moment with love. A gentle voice broke through his reverie. He looked up to see a woman standing nearby, her face serene, her eyes bright with understanding. "This is the tree of deep communion," she said softly. "Here, every soul who wishes may come and see not only their own path, but the grand weave of all paths. The well shows you that none of us journeyed in isolation. Every act of love, every prayer whispered in shadow, every song of praise, it all continues here, echoing into the forever." The traveller nodded, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "I see it now, even in the darkest places of my journey, when I felt forgotten, I was not unseen." She smiled gently. "Indeed, here you remember fully what was only glimpsed before, and you will continue to see deeper as your heart grows ever more capable of receiving." She gestured to the great tree. "Would you like to climb?" The traveller looked up, the branches stretching endlessly skyward. "Climb?" "Yes," she said, with a spark of joy in her voice. "For those who climb, every branch reveals a new understanding, a new song, a new glory, and there is no end to the heights." Without hesitation, the traveller stood, his heart stirred with excitement. He reached for the first branch, surprised at how naturally his body moved, light, agile, filled with strength he had never known. As he climbed higher, the air grew even clearer, the view expanding beneath him. He saw the lands he had crossed, the rivers of light, the hills that rolled like gentle waves, and the distant shimmer of the city he had once entered, the city of peace, its gates still open, always welcoming. But the higher he climbed, the more he began to see beyond the land, a vastness that stretched beyond sight, like layers of reality waiting to be explored, dimensions of beauty, wisdom, and joy layered atop one another like the unfolding petals of an eternal flower. He rested on a high branch, gazing out, his spirit ablaze with wonder. It was then that the shepherd's voice came to him again, close and intimate, as though whispered in his ear. You see only the beginning, beloved. Beyond every horizon is another. Beyond every revelation, another wonder. There is no limit to what I will show you, for there is no limit to my heart. The traveller closed his eyes, the words sinking deep. There was no end, not to the journey, not to the knowledge of the shepherd, not to the love that had called him home, and now beckoned him onwards. Every breath was an invitation. Every heartbeat was a summons to go further, to climb higher, to dive deeper. And so the traveller continued higher into the branches, his heart singing, his soul expanding, knowing with certainty that he was not merely climbing a tree, but ascending into forever, where the shepherd's voice would always call, "Come further, there is more, always more." And he climbed and sang and laughed, ever upward, ever onward, into the unending joy of the shepherd's eternal presence. The traveller climbed higher still, his hands grasping branches that seemed to pulse gently with life, as though the tree itself was aware of his ascent and welcomed each of his steps. The higher he rose, the more the air shimmered, not merely with light, but with an energy that hummed like a song too deep for the ear to fully catch. Yet somehow his soul understood it perfectly. The sky around him became a living canvas, its colours shifting and flowing like rivers of silk unfurled by invisible hands. Shades of gold, sapphire, violet, and silver wove together, stretching from horizon to horizon. Above, what looked like stars began to appear, not the distant pinpricks of light he had once known in the night sky, but great orbs that radiated warmth and wisdom, each one pulsing in rhythm with the unseen music that filled the expanse. Every time the traveller reached a new limb of the great tree, the landscape below transformed. What had been a valley became a vast sea of glass, reflecting not only the sky, but also scenes from countless other lands. He saw mountains that floated like islands in the air, forests where each tree glowed with its own inner flame, and meadows where the grass shimmered like starlight beneath a perpetual dawn. With every glance, he understood that these places were not only realms of beauty, but realms of purpose. Each land seemed to sing with its own voice, offering not just scenery, but invitation. An invitation to know, to discover, to create alongside the shepherd who had made it all. He paused on a broad branch, wide enough for 1,000 souls to sit together. As he rested, he realized that he was not alone. Others had climbed before him, and others climbed still. Some sat and gazed in wonder, others sang. Some danced along the wide limbs of the tree, their movements graceful and filled with a joy that had no need for music, for they themselves were music embodied. One such figure approached, radiant and smiling. He wore a robe that seemed woven from morning mist and first light. His eyes, bright as dawn, looked into the travellers with a warmth that felt like the embrace of a long-lost friend, Welcome further, the figure said. You have climbed far, but the heights of the shepherd's glory are endless. Where does it lead? The traveller asked, his voice low with awe. To places beyond sight, to wisdom beyond memory, the figure answered. And yet, you carry it all within you. Each branch, each level, unlocks more of what the shepherd has written into your very being. The traveller looked upwards. The tree stretched on beyond the clouds, its crown hidden in a light too brilliant for his eyes to yet perceive. He felt within his heart a yearning, not the ache of the earthbound, but the joyful longing of one who knows the journey will never exhaust the wonder ahead. Will I ever reach the top? He asked softly. The figure laughed, a sound like bells chiming across an endless plain. The top is not a place, friend. The top is the endless pursuit of the shepherd's heart. Each climb, each revelation, is a further unveiling, and just when you think you have grasped the fullness, another horizon will open. The journey is itself the glory. The traveller smiled, his spirit swelling with gratitude. Then I will keep climbing. He stood once more and resumed his ascent. But now he climbed not with the urgency of one who must reach a destination, but with the joy of one savouring each discovery, each moment, each glimpse of the shepherd's endless artistry. As he climbed, he began to hear voices, faint but growing clearer. They were not of this tree alone, but of the city he had left, of the river that sang, of the paths he had trodden, of the friends he had met along the way. Each voice was a song, a story, a psalm, all interwoven into a grand chorus that seemed to rise with him, each note a stepping stone into greater light. Then the air around him shifted again, becoming clearer, sharper, like a morning breaking over an unseen hill. He stepped onto a broad limb that curved upward like a great staircase, and ahead he saw a throne, not distant, not untouchable, but welcoming. It shone not with cold brilliance, but with a warmth that filled every shadow with light. Seated there was the shepherd himself, his face brighter than the morning sun, yet tender and familiar, the very image of love and majesty entwined. His eyes met the traveller's, and in them the traveller saw every answered prayer, every comforting presence in the valley, every whispered word of guidance along the path. He saw not just the shepherd who had led him, but the friend who had walked every step beside him. The shepherd rose and stepped forward, his voice a melody deeper than oceans. Well done, beloved traveller. You have come far, but there is still more. The traveller fell to his knees, not in fear, but in reverence, tears streaming freely, not from sorrow, but from the fullness of joy. You have known me in the shadows and in the light, the shepherd said, but here you will know me in my fullness. You will walk with me through creations yet to be made, through mysteries yet to be sung, through glories yet to be revealed. The shepherd reached down and lifted the traveller to his feet. Come, walk with me. There are things I have longed to show you, things no eye has yet seen, no ear has yet heard, but that I have prepared for those who love me. And so the traveller walked with the shepherd, step by step, the tree still rising, the land still unfolding, the horizons ever stretching. Around them, The music of all creation swelled, a song that would never end, because the story itself had no ending, only ever deepening chapters, each one more radiant than the last. Together they walked on, the shepherd and the traveller, into the forever that was not just a place, but a person, a presence, a love without limits, where every step forward was an invitation deeper into the heart of the one who had called him home.